Trouble getting started tonight, so we are starting to tease the edge of um, the later Friday streams. I actually just need to get a second here and take out my notebook because I am going to be doing Starflight tonight. I should maybe caution that this will probably be the last Starflight stream for a while, and it's not because I don't enjoy it, but I'm looking at the reality of my streaming schedule for the next little bit. So, on top of the fact that there are the usual, brace yourself games on Wednesdays, and as always, I'd love to play more of those anyway. Um, if I do wind up with a key for Stellaris, which I think will happen, but I'm not sure. That will be continuing on Monday. But on top of that, there's actually a couple of other things that I've got keys for that I would like to do. And so, with that in mind, for a while, I'm probably going to be in a situation where I have sort of things that I've agreed to cover equal to the number of days. Now, I have debated on adding some extra streaming days to the week. I will have to see what the work situation is like, as well as some of my side projects, but I'm not necessarily opposed to doing that on a temporary basis. But I think one thing that is kind of clear, and sorry, I'm taking a second here to play around with my notes a little bit. I do think it's clear to me that I've really been enjoying Starflight, and I like the free Friday, but I also think it's also true. Like, I started these Fridays by playing some Hand of Fate 2, and I've really enjoyed that. And even if I didn't have some other games that I have maybe a little bit more of a I don't want to say a priority for, but something where I've made a commitment to do something and would want to sort of follow up accordingly. I think the reality is just going to be that the amount of free time that I have available to play this game on a more regular basis is reduced. So just please keep that in mind, especially if you are here specifically because of Starflight. I'll do my best with it today. We're probably not going to get to the end. I'd be very surprised if we did. So I'm just taking a quick second here to make sure I've got all of my little screens up. And again, like I said, it's best to focus on today because it's a time that we have Starflight with us. But I will just maybe caution that the somewhat regular pattern of Starflight games is probably going to recede a little bit for the next little while. Anyways, let's take a quick second here and load up the game. As provided by the Galactic Treaty of 4410, this computer software product is hereby declared the intellectual property of the human authors, binary systems. All rights are henceforth reserved in space and time. Provision for the protection of intellectual property is covered under Section 8.9.1a-F of the Intangible Property Act of 4506, ratified by all beings except the Gazatroid. Included in Section 8.9.1a-C is the provision for Interstellar Corporate Police to enforce the law. Warning: any being caught with an unauthorized copy or version of this software product will be punished by Interstellar Corporate Police. Punishment may include the destruction of the offending being. So, for those of you who are interested in this game, there are, so far as I can tell, there are two places to get a legitimate of the copy of this game digitally, and that would be GOG, which is the version that I'm playing, and then I believe EA has made this available on EA Origin. However, I do not believe it is available as part of the EA Play subscription. I think you have to buy it. It's not that expensive, though. I mean, this is a game that was released in 1987 based on the title screen. One thing that is a small disappointment to me is I don't know quite how to play the Genesis version on anything but an emulator. And that's a shame because it does have a number of graphical improvements to it. If any of you happen to know of a way to find a way to buy that, basically, I'd be very interested. But I'm going to assume that if it's just a question of getting like a cartridge and a console, that's probably going to be a fairly precious item at this point. What else was I going to say about this? From what I understand, there's also a sequel, Starflight 2. There was a name, there's like a subtitle for it, which I don't recall. I haven't played that yet. I'd kind of like to finish this first one. I don't hear a lot of references to Starflight 2, so I don't know if it wasn't as successful or if, excuse me, maybe it just didn't sort of break new ground the way that the original did. But I'd be willing to give it a shot, I think, once I've had my time with this. But on the note of sort of what we're planning on doing tonight, I will at least do a full stream. If I can, I'd like to spend a little more time. But I will also confess I'm a little unsure about how much extra time I can put in, because there is some other stuff that I want to try and do tonight. I believe I sort of mined out the planets within our existing system, and I was going to be going to the neighboring K-class planet. I don't recall if I did the ship upgrades yet. I don't watch the videos before I play, but basically what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to earn as much money as I can. I'm trying to buy improvements to my ship as I need them. So that means that when going to the K-class system, I will spend 100,000 for the Class 5 engine because that will increase my fuel efficiency. What I won't do, though, is buy the extra shielding. I'll buy the extra shielding when I'm on my way to a system that's further out, and I may be running into hostile species. And then I've kind of got a question as to whether or not I'd want to buy the missile launcher and the laser cannon, but that's a separate question. And essentially all that's really doing is it's taking advantage of the reasonably high interest rates in this game. Again, 1987, so interest rates in this game are 12%, and I'm going to guess it's certainly not, in my lifetime. I'm thinking that's probably not an interest rate I've really had to experience. I mean, obviously there's like bonds for companies that would get that, but you're not getting that at the bank. Anyways, I believe I already made my choices as far as the trade depot is concerned. Yeah, so I'm mildly. Oh wait, no. This is right. Okay, yeah. So we're fine here. I'm not gonna sell the. Or am I? Yeah, no. The artifacts I'm keeping because they don't take up that much space. I'm gonna take a quick second here and see what's going on with the ship. So it does have Class 5 engines. We haven't put any shields, armor, missiles, or lasers on it. So essentially, I've got my best fuel efficiency right now. We are going to lose some of that as we put the additional parts on it. But that's fine, because we also have a lot of Endurium. And then, if memory serves, I did not train up all of my crew. Yeah, the engineer is... Okay. Ship computer activated. Pre-launch procedures complete. Standing by to initiate. Oh, hang on. I'm pretty sure I checked the mail as well, but let me just maybe double check that. I'm fine with that. Now we're ready to go. Request security code for, I think that's, is that Marden 2? Dodecahedron and Ulex. Okay. Well, I'll take, oh, sorry, Ulek. I'll take care of the ones that are unambiguous. It says Mardan 2. It's the only one with a 2 behind it. So that should be 10240. So I can't say what the EA version of this game does, but if you get this game with actually, I'm going to make a couple recommendations here. So I've been delighted at how interested people are in this game as a result of streaming it. And I will confess, for myself, I may be a little surprised, pleasantly surprised, but surprised nonetheless, how much I'm enjoying this game. But because this game is relatively inexpensive and because it's older, if you wind up playing the GOG copy, there's a couple of tips that I can give you that will hopefully save you some trouble that I ran into. So number one, when you open the game, it's going to give you an instance of DOSBox, and it's going to give you a number of sort of video options. Now, you can select any of the video options, but only one of them, so far as I can tell, is actually going to get you the visual experience you see in front of you here, and that's EGA, option number 5. So effectively, you don't have a choice. Like, if you want to play the game, you got to do EGA. And I don't believe that is explained in the in sort of the setup. If you quit the game by like closing the window as opposed to saving and quitting inside the game itself, so far as I can tell, that basically kills your save. Like, I don't believe you are able to get back to it. It'll basically just tell you that there's a game ongoing, and I've not been able to find a way around it. So what you want to do is you want to hit escape, save, and properly quit. Otherwise, you will have to do the reset option in the launcher. But the final one that I found a little tricky, which is it's this copy protection. So for this copy protection, there used to be, if you look at the manual that this comes with, there's sort of this little wheel that you can spin and get all the codes for, and it'll give you a number. Now there is a code generator. It's a program that comes bundled with the game. But what I've noticed is if you have the code generator open, or if you have the game open, the GOG launcher, which you're not obligated to download, but it does kind of make it easy for managing things. I believe the GOG launcher thinks you have the game open if you have one of those executables open. And so the drawback is that you can open one through the launcher, but opening one will prevent the other one from opening. So the way I get around that is, like, when I'm starting up the stream, I open the folder for Starflight, I launch Starflight through the GOG launcher, and then in the folder, I open the file Starflight codes by gog.exe. And again, I'm assuming for the EA version, they've got probably an equivalent system, but presumably they've put something in place to help you out with the codes, which hopefully is maybe a little more user-friendly than the GOG one. But for those of you who are struggling with it, there you go. kind of forgotten how some of the commands work. All right, here we go. So we're going to head to the right. So in this case, we don't really have that much left for us inside the home system. So what we're going to do here is we're going to head, it's not to the right. There's another term for it, but I can't remember what it is. So we're looking for the neighboring K-class system. Oh, I think I got this wrong, actually. I'm going to hit escape. I think it's actually to the left now that I think of it. So if I turn on that map. So we're here. Yep. K-class system is the orange one. So I wasted a little bit of fuel there. But oh, incidentally, so I hit escape. Pushing option number 1 is what I was referring to earlier. Probably would help if I got rid of this. But yeah, so I should have gone not coreward. I'm going coreward. The other one is outward. So it's outward. There we go. So we were given some instructions. In this case, there are ruins on the second planet at 17 north, 162 east. Now, the fact of the matter is that there's quite a bit in this system that I can work with, and more importantly, I've got a lot of cargo space. So I am actually going to start on the innermost planet and move out, but generally, what I would probably want to do under normal circumstances would be to grab whatever items I can from the second planet and sort of run with it. Okay, standing by to orbit. So one of our other missions is, in addition to just kind of going around and being an overall heroic star captain, one of the things that you want to do are find alternative planets to colonize. Oh, we're not in hyperspace, Captain. So we'll go back to the bridge, we'll go to the science officer, and we'll just take a quick scan of the planet. Because it's so close to the sun, I'm going to guess that this is not appropriate for colonization, whereas I think the second planet is going to be. But we'll verify that. It also gives me a chance to talk about the conditions. So it's already promising. So the conditions that you want for a habitable planet would be less than 2 Gs in terms of gravity. The ideal is 0.7 to 1.3. The atmosphere has to have oxygen. So as you can see here, we've got oxygen. It needs to have at least minimal water. So here we've got hydrosphere water. Lithosphere is kind of nice. You know, we've got magnesium, rhodium, and plutonium. Plutonium is probably the most valuable of the items there. That's not relevant to colonization. However, if you do have a higher value for mineral resources, mineral density, the planet is worth more. For atmospheric activity, it has to be from none to moderate. Anything higher than moderate, you can't colonize. So we're going to move on to analysis. Is sterility relevant to colonization? Sorry, I think I'm missing something. Oh, you mean the fact that there's no... No, it just makes the planet less valuable. Okay, yeah, so this is a viable... Oh, sorry, I think the other thing I forgot about was temperature, temperate to tropical. So this is tropical to inferno. It's a hot planet, but it works. So calm global weather. Yeah, this is not the sort of place you want to live on, but it can work. All right, so this one is really about getting whatever minerals I can find. Normally you find those in the high areas. So what we're probably going to do is one drop down in this area. I might do a second in here as well. We'll see how successful We were. By the way, welcome in Valiant Cheese. It's good to see you again. I'm sorry I'm not doing more Hand of Fate. You were a lot of fun to have in the chat while I was playing Hand of Fate, but Starflight really caught my attention, and it occurred to me that I've got a couple of games that I've agreed to cover once their embargoes go by. And so I sort of know that this is going to be the last opportunity for a little while for me to do Starflight. So I wanted to take the opportunity, see if I can at least get into some combat. And I know, like, the beautiful thing about Hand of Fate is that it's nice and compact. So it's something that even if I wasn't feeling it on a game or I finished off something early, I can sort of unpack that and get around in. Whereas if I if I kind of do Starflight halfway through a stream, I think probably people are going to get kind of annoyed. I hope you've been doing well, though. It's hazy. Okay, let's take a quick look at the... Okay, so we don't see any minerals offhand. I'm just going to go to the west, and we'll see what opportunities are there. Okay, so again, we'll just grab the first thing we can find. I don't have a lot of expectations for this world, but obviously every resource I can grab is a good opportunity. Yeah, I've seen you working on Hive Time. I'll admit I've not been around long enough. So I saw you working on the conga line, but I haven't hung around enough to sort of see everything that's going into the update. So do you have a clear idea of what the all the new stuff for I didn't know rhodium was so valuable. Do you have kind of a clear idea in terms of what the final form will be when more facts? Cool. As usual, that's the thing you've given the least attention to. Well, some people read books and fill their mind with other people's thoughts. Some people just like to play video games. Okay, I want to be a little careful about where I go out. I am going to risk it here, but I am also going to try and take advantage of the lower terrain in some cases. So basically I'm at 43% fuel, and obviously it took a bit of effort for me to get this far out. So in this case I'm going to basically go straight east from this point, and one of the advantages of that is there's a little bit more low ground for me to work with. So we're at 11%, 9% now with 14 kilometers to go, so we'll probably hit our reserves, but oh nope, not even reserves. There's a few new chat commands that you've been working on. Chat user can now sleep, stops their bees from getting older and dying if they need to go AFK or something, and work, interrupts the sleep and conga activities. That's neat. Yeah, I'm quite delighted by the Twitch integration that you put inside of that, because it's like, I think the thing that's so funny for me is that I know you worked on Hand of Fate too. Like, obviously I first found you through Hive Time, and I think I found you in Hive Time before you'd been thinking of Twitch integration. So what's weird is that, like, I know of your background in a game that used Twitch integration quite successfully. And it's obviously something that you're quite dedicated to, because, you've been really... you've been doing the Lord's work as far as, using the Defiant Twitch account to bring delight when people are playing Hand of Fate 2. For those of you who don't know, the developer of Hand of Fate 2 is Defiant, who unfortunately closed up shop. And so in this case, the developer doesn't really exist anymore, but Valiant Cheese, who worked on Hand of Fate 2, does have access to the official Twitch account, and that account will allow you to make changes to the game if the user has Twitch integration on. So in any case, that's one of the reasons I'm talking with Valiant Cheese the way that I am. But yeah, what was really interesting for me is that, like, in one sense, these concepts existed in my head, right? Like, I knew about your work on Hand of Fate 2. I knew about its Twitch integration. And I knew you as the creator of Hive Time, which I very much enjoyed broadcasting on Twitch. And yet, like, the fact that you added Twitch integration afterwards, I'm like, oh, that's really neat and unexpected. And I'm like, well, why should it be unexpected? Like, this is kind of old hat for you. Well, hat and eyewear. So yeah, it's funny. Like, I still kind of get a little surprised about the Twitch integration thing, but it's obviously something that for you was important, and I think it definitely adds something to the game. And yeah, I agree. Like, it will shock everyone to know that I have opinions on things. I've noticed there is a tendency sometimes, and like, this is true in my work environment as well, so I just think this is like a thing that people do. But I have noticed for streaming, like, one way that streamers kind of integrate themselves into a community, particularly like a game development community, is to give a talk, right? Like, I guess that's just the way you get known. And like, it kind of makes sense, right? Because if you're in a gathering and you are a complete stranger, if you're not very good at breaking the ice, you're kind of in trouble. Whereas if you've given a talk, you're kind of like, all attention is on you. And of course, this is less true now, but definitely at the time I sort of noticed this. Like, getting streamers to play your game was kind of seen as a good way to market it. So I noticed a very strong tendency for, like, streamers sort of wanting to get into, the developer circles would, like, kind of give a talk, and it always kind of felt like there was the same talk, which is like how to make your game for streamers. And like, I was always really bothered by that, because I, like, don't get me wrong, like, I love it when the world revolves around me and, everything I want to do is made easier. But I also sort of think that streamers are maybe not the people that things should be optimized for. Like, they're like, obviously some games stream very well. Darkest Dungeon is a game that streams beautifully. Command Modern Operations, I mean, I think if you're really good at particularly if you're an expert. By the way, I think I might be in trouble with the terrain vehicle. We'll see how the elevation works. Yeah. Oof. Oh, that was close. But yeah, like, it was just one of these things. Like, I guess I put it to, like, for me, this is a question of incentives, right? I don't kind of begrudge someone wanting to have that icebreaker. I do question the utility of some of that advice, in the sense of, like, I'm a streamer, here's how I want you to make your game. But on the other hand, like, if a developer takes that advice and it doesn't work for them, there's enough blame to go around, right? Like, if you're someone who hears bad advice and does not think of it critically, you can't entirely, like, in the end, you're the one who made the decision, right? And I'm seeing your point earlier. Like, it's a nice way to share what you've learned in a way that can scale. I agree completely. Sorry, there was like a bigger point I was going to make on this, and then I sort of lost the plot. I know it was related to the Twitch integration. I also need to disembark. I keep forgetting time passes, even when you're on the ship. Oh yeah. No, it was just the idea of, like, delaying the game, and it's like, yeah, like, I think Twitch integration is really nice, and I think there's lots of ways that can really serve things. So, like, clearly, Jackbox party packs, it makes a whole lot of sense to Like if the Twitch integration wasn't there, that game is just begging for Twitch integration. Like you kind of have to have it. And like even if there weren't entries in the series prior to whatever the next one would be, like just that idea is so ripe for Twitch integration. Like that's one where you really do want to put that effort in. But like if okay, here's an example. I can think of several ways in which you could do Twitch integration in Industries of Titan, and to do it in something of a thematically appropriate, or like a way that's not just sort of a gimmick. Would I, and if I found out, like, it's like, okay, well, we can do that, but we have to remove the the amenities from the roadmap, like the time we would have spent making all of the entertainment districts and all of that is gone if we put in Twitch integration. To me, it would be very hard to justify that, because obviously in a city builder, it's nice to have a lot of variety and lots of things to build and to kind of handle that management side of things. Whereas Twitch integration is very good for me as a broadcaster. But if you're somebody who's not broadcasting the game, that feature is absolutely meaningless to you. And if your thinking is like, well, I'm just one of these, people who only cares about myself, so I should, so yeah, I want to see that Twitch integration. I'd argue that there's still a self-interested reason for people to still be focusing on features that are more broadly applicable. And that's simply that if Industries of Titan is a worse game for kind of putting too many eggs in the streaming basket, well, then there aren't going to be people who are interested in the game. And that means that your potential audience for that game falls. And so, that's another reason why, that would be another reason why these sorts of things, again, like you find your equilibrium. It's not that, like, clearly Hive Time is able to get Twitch integration. And that's certainly a game that, I don't want to say it's only Valiant Cheese. Like, obviously, if you look at the credits, there's more than one name in there, but it's fair to say that Valiant Cheese is putting the lion's share of effort in. And so as a result, I think I'm to a certain extent presenting false dichotomies, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. But more so for the purposes of illustration. Like, anything you decide to put in is going to come at the expense of effort you would put somewhere else. So Twitch integration is not costless. It is a good idea. But I suspect, with my limited knowledge of game development, I have a feeling that to a certain extent, development is largely a question of how many good ideas you can put in and how many good ideas you need to kick out. So also, Valiant Cheese says, I think it's important to make a game first and foremost, and any changes you make for streaming should be something that doesn't affect players who are not streaming. They should be the bulk of your audience. Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you're making a game that is predominantly for streamers, you are necessarily limiting your audience. And I think independent gaming has shown us that, with the reduction in cost of development tools, and that could be everything from the existence of Blender to, Godot, or even, I would argue to a certain extent, the fact that there are a number of very good tutorials on a number of other factors. So, I think there's going to be wildly differing views as to the viability and the sense of building your own engine. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that was something that you wanted to do. I would argue even now, just simply the progress of time has given people more tools than what would have been available in the past to do that work on your own. And so one of the nice things about that is that you are not necessarily making a product that needs to see a very large return. And so with that in mind, like you can imagine that there is a certain budget in which a streamer focused game could be viable. But I would argue that that probably is going to, that type of game is not necessarily going to have all the features that I think people would first keep in mind when you think of a streamer centric game. And I mean, again, as is always true for creative work, I always just sort of wait to be proven wrong, because I mean, half the time. So I found out that the painting Blue Boy was basically a reaction to, apparently there was like a really famous theorist who sort of said that blue should never be the dominant color in a painting. Like it was aesthetically intolerable, and that an audience would reject it. And so effectively Blue Boy is just, a painter getting really mad at being told that they shouldn't use blue as a dominant color. Olaf, I'm sorry for not saying hello earlier. I hope you are doing well. It's very nice to see you. And let me just catch up with what Cheese says, and then we can do a little bit more exploration. I'm sorry, I need a little while to ramp up. I did my walk. The weather's been wonderful lately, but it has been moving. Like it has been getting quite warm. So it was, I think, 32 degrees at the peak. So the first, hey Ed Baver, how you doing? I'd actually say it's the first time on my Apple Watch I've ever seen the color red on the temperatures, which I'm assuming is hot. But yeah, so I've been trying to get out a little bit more. I also had a library book that was so overdue, I'm almost convinced that the library was about to send a hitman out on me. But I did want to, I've been cooped up and I've been so cold for such a long time. I wanted to make sure I got a good walk in. But of course, because it's so, like, again, it's a wonderful day. I'm not going to complain about that. But it was quite hot. And I walk a lot. So I think I probably walked like 5 or 6 kilometers just before the stream. So, that definitely, definitely kind of took a little out of me. So I've got my coffee. I'm trying to kind of get switched on again. But it's a, I don't know. I'm taking a little while to load up, I think. Sorry, it does bother you a bit that Hive Time's chat integration breaks a bunch of the balancing work that you've put into Hive Time. But if it helps people have fun while playing the game, then that's on par with other find your own fun options. Yeah, actually, I never really thought about but then again, I guess I haven't really played the game with the Twitch integration on, so I never quite thought. Also, I just generally probably didn't really think that much about Hive Time in terms of balance. Like, it was definitely a chance for me to just sort of have some fun inside the game. So I should take a. Well, I know I'm going to do Hive Time again with Twitch integration on, but I should probably take a look at the game again with an eye towards, like, now that I've like made a game with you, like, how does this game work? And definitely you're leaning on a whole lot of upstream work for Hive Time, making your own engine with Winter's Wake. Yeah, so like this is the fact that you are doing your own engine with Winter's Wake is one of the reasons why I don't just pass down that received wisdom of you shouldn't make your own engine. I think it is fair to say, and I'm to those of you who are wanting Starflight, we will get back to the game in a minute. It's just because the game is effectively real time, and I'm obviously saying hello to a few people and kind of in an in-depth topic. I figured because I've almost lost my TV a couple of times, I think probably I should just deal with the more substantive thought. Then we can go back to mining things, and I can be a little bit better at balancing things out. But yeah, I mean, there's the received wisdom. The one thing I've heard from a lot of people, and I don't necessarily think it's wrong, would be to say, if you want to make games, don't spend your time making a game engine. Spend your time making games. And like a lot of statements, I think that is a true statement, but it is also one that can be taken in potentially unhelpful directions. So I think it's very easy to look at something like that and see it as kind of a never make an engine kind of statement. And I don't think that's what people mean, and number two, I don't actually think that's true. And I mean, obviously, the people I would think of, like, in terms of custom engines are all like big games. So like Larian obviously has their own. Right? You can't really point to like id Software because like id Tech is obviously a really famous one. That'd be like saying Epic. Well, yeah, because like Unreal is used for so much. But like basically, you do have examples, and there's a local developer actually who's made some stuff that I rather like. And I sort of asked him, it's like, there's obviously so many very low cost options out there. And what is it that you can, like, what is it about making an engine that that sort of makes you, what is it about that process that makes you make you choose to do that? And I'm paraphrasing it, but he, like, when I gave this analogy, he actually said he thought it was a fairly good way of putting it. It was basically like in the old days, before like you could go to the store and buy some paints. One of the things that was part of being a painter was mixing your own pigments. And so, we were talking about the Mona Lisa and how it is a painting that looks very different from what its original one was. Although I do apologize for the quality of the quote unquote restorations from that website, because those were really terrible. But, obviously Da Vinci's ability to render the color blue in a way that other artists envied was as much a part of his creation as it was sort of his application of those pigments. And of course, I think it's fair to say that we benefit tremendously from the fact that a number of inputs to our various creative works have sort of become commodities to a certain extent. So if I wanted to paint, I would not have to concern myself with becoming a mixer of pigments. I would be able to focus on painting. Access to the tools to draw, access to, even something like a game engine is sort of within my reach with very little effort. The effort instead can be directed towards the work itself. But there is something that you potentially give up doing that. Obviously, if you create your own tools, that is going to sort of shape the way you think about problems, and that's going to sort of shape your thoughts about what's possible or what's easy to do. And so to Cheese's point, I do see the earlier one, but he says, broadly, I feel like it would be healthy for everyone to make a narrow scope focused engine at least once. It can be a good experience to help provide insights on how to better use other tools, but it's easy to get stuck making tech instead of making games, which is fine if that's what you want to do, but you figure that's what we're talking about. And that's the big thing, is that, like, I can definitely say this from a programming perspective. So the first thing I ever learned, now I need to realize that I am not by any stretch of the imagination a good programmer, but I do know that I have at least a unique perspective, given that the first language I encountered was Scheme. And I do actually kind of like Lisp. I'm familiar with Python. I'm probably most comfortable with Python, to be honest. Now, one thing that this has led to is that by a one consequence of this is that I very rarely think in classes. I know what classes are. I know inheritance. I can operate in that space quite well. But particularly because I do a lot of work with data, I will benefit from classes in the sense that that's how other people have written certain tools for me. But I don't necessarily find that a natural way of thinking about problems. And that can be a good thing and a bad thing sometimes. I hope that you art your fingertips every time you say Scheme. Well, the funny thing is I never touch Scheme outside of my first class. I actually use Common Lisp more often whenever I'm using something of a Lispy flavor. But yes, actually, for that very point, Scheme. But yeah, for better or worse, that background leads me to think a certain way about programming, and the sort of the mapping I'm trying to make here to Valiant Cheese's certain point about tools and understanding how these things work. Unity has a particular way of thinking about things, and a way of ordering projects. And in fact, I think it's also true that with their big shift towards DOTS, the data, I think it's data-oriented technology stack is what that stands for. Now, a data-oriented approach is music to my ears. That's coming right back to the sort of stuff that I learned in my first computer science courses. But I definitely know there's a lot of people who have tried to adopt DOTS and are finding it very painful. Obviously, if you want to go into another tool, there will probably be some things that are familiar in Unreal, or some things that are familiar in Godot. Again, I'm talking about the popular one, but there's certainly more options out there. But there's also going to be things that are quite different. And sometimes the reaction will be because it's different, it's bad. And I think probably what Cheese is kind of getting at is that this limited scope engine will give you the lessons that you need in terms of sort of understanding some of these sort of architectural choices that you'll be making in terms of the tools that you will build your game with. But this is the point that I'm sort of trying to arrive at. I think this is kind of where we converge, is that if your goal is not to keep making tech, if your goal is to make games, then obviously you want to make sure, particularly when you're learning, that a lot of your effort is directed towards learning how to make games. And obviously learning how to make engines is it can be a very important and useful skill, because just look at Embark Studios. Embark Studios are doing really interesting things. Their first game's coming out in Unreal, but it's very obvious that they're working on their own tech. I suspect their next release is not going to be, well, maybe the next release, but I'm pretty sure their destination is going to be 100% their own tech. Somebody's got to know how to do that stuff, right? But if your goal, if you played Dragon Age and you just wanted to make someone feel the way you felt when you played Dragon Age, the set of skills that will take you to that place may be quite different from, being able to sort of get a, renderer and and sound and inputs to all sort of talk to each other in a meaningful way to create an interesting interactive experience. Anyways, one last thing that she said that I wanted to deal with, and then we can jump back to the game. Outside of streaming mode, the two special bees that ever appear at once, they have a greater work efficiency than regular bees, live longer, and can have their rules changed, which works against the normal management mechanics. The gift voting can also help and hurt the player when the game normally wouldn't. Good point. And then for a long time, you avoided making lower level stuff because you didn't believe that you could make tech and make games at the same time. After making your own engine and working on a few projects that didn't use an engine, in your mind, an engine is a tool that is in some way project agnostic. I don't believe that anymore. Yeah, and to return to the original point, like, it's one of these cases where I do think that advice is true in a strictly, true in a very narrow and strict sense. I think the statement as originally presented, if you want to make games, focus on making games and, don't put that focus towards tech. Like, as an initial position, if you're learning, I think is a good one, because again, that is about where your energy is focused. But it's a little bit like when, so many people wind up quoting, I can't remember the name. It's something along the lines of like, a what is it? A good game is good for forever. Like a rushed game is bad forever, or something like that. And God, I hear that all the time, especially now, like with Starflight, not Starflight. What the hell is the new Bethesda game? Starlight? Apparently, I've lost my mind in this. My brain was cooked. Um. Okay, this is actually kind of annoying me. Let me take a second and find. Starfield. So yeah, so like Starfield, Cyberpunk, like all of these things, space scrolls. Actually, let me find the exact quote. Oh, Miyamoto, of course. A delayed game is eventually good. A bad game is bad forever. Now, look, I'm a guy who plays games online. There are a lot of streamers with a lot of opinions out there. So I believe Starfield. So I know the Elder Scrolls, apparently they're starting from scratch. I think. I don't know about Starfield. Starfield probably is using a very heavily modified. I believe the official name is Creation Engine, but you're right. It is derived from Gamebryo. So Starfield possibly is still using that, but I believe they have gone on the record of saying that Elder Scrolls 6 is just a top to bottom rewrite. I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming there's a CTO somewhere who said that was necessary. Like rebuilding everything strikes me as a little extreme. But I still like calling Apex Legends the most awesome Half-Life mod because that's still using Source, right? but yeah, like again, like so acknowledging the fact that I don't have any skin in the game on this, and that I am trying to make an inference based on what I can see, and like a best judgment from other things that I've observed and read. I can see why that quote would be true at a certain point in gaming history. I can see maybe even certain circumstances under which that might be a useful framing now. But for the most part, I just don't really think that quote is true anymore. I think there are actually a lot of examples of games that have done much better after releasing and getting some feedback and using that to sort of improve the overall experience. Oh God, we're totally losing the... No! That's what I get. But yeah, like, like the existence of early access, I think, is kind of an example as to how development has moved on since that quote. And I also think that oops, sorry, I hit escape instead of I meant to go to Navigator. I also think it's kind of led to this, like, so I think it's a question of temperament, but I can definitely believe that there are a lot of people who will take that quote and wind up making a decision that isn't necessarily helpful for their game, because like it's sort of it gives them permission to sort of tinker on things that maybe aren't directly relevant to sort of realizing the project. And again, it doesn't mean that, that is a statement that has no validity at any given time. But I don't know. It's just one of these quotes that you kind of see thrown around a whole lot, but I'm not entirely sure it really applies as well as it used to. I just think that there have been some meaningful developments that maybe aren't taken into account when people are quoting it. There's a bit in the Double Fine Adventure documentary where Tim says that nobody remembers a game for coming in on budget on time. You can't ignore your constraints, but if your goal is to give someone a memorable experience and it's not asking people to work unpaid, etc., I think it's okay to try and renegotiate those things in order to end up with better results. And early access is definitely a thing that's put larger test audiences in front of particular types of developers, but pre-release QA and testing has always been part of the majority of studio work, even if some notable studios aren't good at it. Yeah, well, I'm certainly, I do not mean to suggest any of these things are an alternative to a proper production process. And I don't want to sound too critical of the idea. I mean, so I think what you have to say is it makes some sense in terms of, like you say, renegotiating those boundaries. If you can, so I mean, like to me, I guess to a certain extent, I see a production process as ultimately being, you have factors of production, right? You have so many person hours. You've got a certain amount of capital, usually in the form of computers and some, licenses for various types of software, probably some rent to pay. And being able to arrange those factors of production into a product that will hopefully sort of surprise and delight as many people as possible. Ideally, in a way that will allow them to compensate you at a rate at least equal to the money that you and your investors put in, and then maybe some extra return to account for your effort and risk. That's obviously the ideal. So, and I mean, I do sort of see being able to sort of shift those around. And like you say, there's ethical ways of doing that and there's terrible ways of doing that. And clearly, if you're expecting people to sort of work for free, I'm thinking of the Chucklefish example here. That's not right. But as a whole, like I see that as maybe part of the job, right? You can do well on the organization part, and you can do very poorly on the organization part. And I'm going to assume that that's probably what producers do. But to a certain extent, right? Like I think the quote that I was referring to definitely refers to a type of world in which it is very difficult to modify software after it's come out. If you're thinking of something that's on a Nintendo cartridge, I don't know if there was ever a Nintendo game that was ever adjusted after release. Whereas, like I'm thinking of the platformer Slain Back from Hell. When Slain came out, it was very, very poorly regarded. It had a lot of potential. People really loved the pixel art style. And they liked the idea of sort of this platformer that was a kind of like a heavy metal cover turned to life. And the actual reality of the game was very far from that sort of the image that you sort of had conjured in your mind from the trailer. And they put a lot of work into. So I mean, I don't think they released it thinking that it was a bad game. I don't know what their constraints were, but clearly the game was not very successful on release. It certainly led to a lot of people being very upset with the game, and they put the extra effort in based on the feedback that they got, and made it a game that actually, it's an interesting question. What is Slane's? Mostly positive. Interesting. Yes, I mean, um, so I wonder if I can see the review history. I mean, it looks like a 50-50 split when it first released. So maybe it didn't ever hit the negative. Maybe it never really hit the negative area. But I definitely remember it was a pretty, it was definitely a pretty tough. It was a pretty rough reception when it first came out. And yeah, in that particular case, right? Like had that been something that came out on a Nintendo cartridge, I don't see that. I definitely see that as being like a bad game is bad forever. But clearly they had the resources to be able to put more work into the game. But I do think it's an open question as to whether or not getting that feedback, whether or not they could have made the game that it's ultimately become without that feedback, as painful as it may have been at the time. Yeah, I mean, certification's a whole other a whole other question. I don't know what those processes would have been like for. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like Nintendo releases more sort of contemporary for for uh, for the quote, because clearly there are games that are released with bugs that still pass cert. Um, One of our ships has reported that the Thryn have offered to buy artifacts from them at inflated rates. We urge you not to do this. Inasmuch as it may further relations with them, this is understandable, but we do not wish to sacrifice what we might be able to learn from these artifacts. Well, pay me more, and I'll give you my artifacts. So nobody likes to lose 10,000 MUs, but given given that we got 35K from logging that planet, it could have been worse, let's say. So we have lost a bit of Endurium, but there are definitely worse circumstances. I am, however, going to take a quick minute here and just see who... Okay, everybody's healthy. Excellent use of your Greek. All right. Acteron, Tesseract, Velox. Oh, there it is. So I'm going to go back to that innermost planet. We'll see if we can make a little more money off of that. Again, I feel a bit silly. Under the circumstances, like that was such an easily avoidable loss. But obviously, games are not built to be, run in a perfect like you don't have to do it perfect every time. Like sometimes you're going to lose a terrain vehicle, sometimes you're going to lose some fuel, and you don't have to completely reset the game to get through it. So we are, however, going to check out a new landing site. So we'll head over here. I think this will be the last one that I check on this planet, just because in the end we wanted to check out the ruins on the second planet. And of course, more importantly, we did also want to, like the whole point of this is to make enough money to get some cool hardware to go into deeper, kind of deeper reaches of space. Now, do I tempt fate and ask anyone's opinion about the acquisition of a certain social media platform? Or or should we just leave that for other streams that like to talk about current affairs? And yeah, I actually quite like the landing animation too. I mean, I really like the landing animation because of what it represents in terms of the tech. Like I am just absolutely blown away by what this game does, and particularly again as a first effort. Like the one thing I love about saying for this being a first effort is not so like clearly I don't want to like give someone like unrealistic expectations and be like, oh yeah, your first time you're gonna make like the next Minecraft, or like just look what happened with Braid, right? You can your first game is gonna be just like Braid. You'll make so much money, man. But I do think that there is some value in at least encouraging people to have big dreams, right? Like clearly binary systems needed to have enough confidence to be able to say we are going to create a game that creates the experience of like what we like about science fiction, the idea of sort of being a spaceship captain who goes out and sees this seemingly infinite number of new worlds, and we haven't played a game like that. We really want to be able to capture that experience. I think there's something very admirable about trying that, because in the end, I think to a certain extent, a lot of the creative works that we enjoy the most are ones that are willing to sort of, take that almost kind of arrogant position of saying, this has never been done before, and I am going to show you something you've never seen. It's not to say that there aren't so for films there's very competent exercises in a genre, and it's not like they're sort of breaking new ground in forms of storytelling. But let's face it, like even the somewhat dismissive term I used of competent genre exercises, like they're still really fun to watch, right? And in particular, some of them are very good at sort of taking their genres and the expectations that come from them, and being able to give you a new experience based on sort of a unique take on it, let's say. So I don't know, I think to a certain extent, like it's nice to have people be willing to sort of dream big, because I think that's where a lot of stuff that we enjoy comes from. But obviously you don't want to set people up for failure as well, right? Like obviously you don't want to be so ambitious that you take on something you are never going to finish. So Going boldly. Yeah, I like I like that, and it's very on brand. Later USA says can't risk having a flop, just make new prequel, sequel, spin-offs. Also high. Good to see you. But yeah, no, it's like I think so like this landing animation, right? Like I don't quite know what sort of hardware would have been running a game like Starflight in 1987. Um, it's very obvious that the again, they call it fractal generation. We'd probably call it procedural generation now, was to overcome memory limitations. Um, but again, it's worth saying, like, it's for a first game, and I don't think anybody should feel bad if their first game isn't Starflight. But I just really like the fact. I mean, I think I like the fact that gameplay wise, there's nothing about me seeing like the ship land on this planet. I'm not steering the ship. You do actually direct the landing in the console version, I found out. So that is one difference. Also, the landing in the console version looks nothing like the one in this. But like the fact that it's not just an animation, it's the fact that it is the planet that was generated, and you are seeing that come up to you, and that if you had moved more to the west, you'd be seeing a different animation. I just think is so cool. So, your first game wasn't Star. What was your first game, Valiant Cheese? Yes, Cricket and Crockett. I think I gotta head back. I'm probably not gonna get that much in terms of resources, but I prefer having a fairly empty cargo hold to losing another TV. Hard to say. You learn to program stuff by copying out of the back of computer magazines, sometimes games, and modifying bits to find out what stuff does. You type stuff out, maybe fiddled with some numbers, but did you make those? That's a good question. I mean, obviously, so yeah, modding's a really interesting question about this. Because I mean, at that point, I guess that brings us right back to the game engine question, right? I have a feeling I already went to the east, but then I think I went like northeast, so it's still okay to try this out. Petal and Bloom. I think these names are made up. Sir. Oh God, we're in an electrical storm. We're still going for it. It wasn't worth it. But oh, don't tell me I'm gonna lose my. Oh, it's because of the storm. God damn it! I hope we don't lose a crew member. I didn't even think about the effect that a storm would have on the mobility, because like we were at 50% fuel when we started turning back. But yeah, I mean, I think to a certain extent that brings us back to the kind of the chat about engines, right? Like, obviously, I think, I mean, I know there's a certain class on Twitter who believe unless you're a programmer, like you don't actually work as a game developer. So far as I can tell, the most valuable game design tool is Microsoft Excel. But which clearly Valiant Cheese uses studiously. But yeah, like I mean, clearly those are not the types of views that you really want to spend a lot of time thinking of in terms of these kinds of conversations. But yeah, like I mean, to a certain extent, like going in, to like going in and like changing one or two variables probably doesn't quite qualify. Like I'm pretty sure the legal team of the game, like whoever made that game, is probably going to want to have a chat with you if you decide to sell that as your own thing. Um, but on the other hand, right, there's clearly people who have gotten their start, and in fact, whole genres that have their origins in modding, right? League of Legends and Dota. I mean, like the biggest thing, the most interesting thing that seems to have happened to real-time strategy for a really long time was the rise of MOBAs. And obviously MOBAs are now kind of considered to be a genre on their own. I do think they still kind of count as like a subgenre of real-time strategy, but people get really mad whenever I say that. So I just kind of, mostly keep that to myself. But I still think it's true. So I'm going to have to go to operations to have my knuckles wrapped. I wonder if it costs us more this time. Due to your negligence, your ship is no longer equipped with a terrain vehicle. A new terrain vehicle is currently being installed. Consequently, you have been fined 10,000 monetary units. But yeah, like obviously the idea of taking something that's been done and modifying it, to a certain extent is describing most modern game development and most successful game development. Counter-Strike, Dota, obviously Origins is in mods. Even like if you think of something like Hearthstone, that's made with Unity. So it's not that anybody doubts that Blizzard can't make their own tech, but clearly Hearthstone took the benefit of the fact that somebody else kind of created sort of a foundation that allowed them to sort of iterate on an idea and create a very successful game. Are the people who make clones game developers? That's an interesting one. I mean, I am inclined to say yes, right? Because I personally do not consider quality to be a necessary condition for I don't consider like a quality threshold to be a necessary condition for like operating in an industry or engaging in an activity, any more than I think the manufacturer of generic drugs are not involved in the pharmaceutical industry. Obviously, companies like Merck and Pfizer are going to be the ones more likely to generate new medicine, but the process of manufacturing those drugs, the fact that people are using an existing formula is, I mean, that's probably not the best analogy to clones, but I can see why people would have problems with that. The earliest project you can think of where you set out to make something that conveyed a specific experience, it was a game where you bought a spaceship, bought fuel, bought cargo, picked a location, and hoped to make a profit at your destination. I guess your first game was Starflight after all. It was. That's really interesting because obviously you're returning to that with, good Lord, what was the name of that game? It's the one that you plan to return to. I can't remember the name. Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry, Valiant Cheese. I totally didn't. I probably treated your question a lot more seriously than you'd intended. Hidden Star, thank you. The other thing that I like about this, like there's definitely a way where this kind of like analysis can get a little annoying. But to a certain extent, right? Like the star captain kind of going out and investing in something and like buying some goods and hoping you can turn a profit on this bold adventure out and into the unknown. Do I really want to try this planet one more time? You know what? I will. I'll just go to a different area, and then we will properly go to the second planet. But obviously this is very entrepreneurial, and this is something that you can see why a game like, so I don't think it is a coincidence that, let's say, Sunless Sea, which is a game that Fail Better Games is making. So Fail Better had some success with their game Fallen London, which was a web-based game, but I don't believe that they were able to stay afloat, so to speak. That ultimately they were, they were making some money from Fallen London, but I don't believe they were making enough to sort of keep the lights on. And so I believe Sunless Sea was sort of this last ditch kind of Hail Mary, do a Kickstarter and see if we can get enough people who are interested in a premium, like, this is a game, not a web-based thing. And it wound up being very successful. I mean, obviously Fail Better has now got multiple releases. It's a very well-regarded studio for its narrative games. That turned out, but you can really see, intentionally or not, this is a game where you are, getting a ship and going out into the unknown, one that is actually quite hostile to you. Failure and uncertainty is, present throughout that entire story. And it's really easy to see why a developer in that particular situation would make a game like that. So I again, I don't mean to sort of like put you on the couch and get you to talk about your mother, Valiant Cheese, but I do find that kind of interesting as a first game. The other thing that I actually also find kind of interesting is, nobody tell Brace Yourself this, but you've got Crypt of the Necrodancer, right? So that's, I think, Brace Yourself's first game, quite successful. They're expanding, they're doing, they seem to be doing very well for themselves. Certainly they're making lots of interesting games, but what's the follow-up to Crypt of the Necrodancer? What's their next original property? It's a game where you have considerable financial resources in which you need to build and expand sort of this very extractive, exploitative enterprise. And I'm just saying, has anybody talked to Ryan Clark recently? What has happened to that man? I think he needs to answer some hard questions. Let me just take a quick, more directly, as someone who's done porting work on a few games, I don't consider porting to be game development. It's work, can be interesting and rewarding, etc., in a way that work can be, but it's a different kind of work to game development in your experience. But there aren't any meaningful boundaries, I don't think, and prescriptive labels aren't useful. The question about clones is following on from discussing whether modifying some variables means you made a game. Yeah, and actually, I think one thing that is interesting about the porting question is that there's a lot of game developers that I can think of that actually have gotten their start as people who are porting a game to another platform, and that was sort of the foundation on which they made their the foundation on which they ultimately built their they're a game development company. So what interests me, I mean, clearly you're going to have a lot more direct experience out of this. So I sort of need to defer to your experience in that sense. But I do kind of wonder about that. Kind of the same way that I wonder about foreign direct investment in Canada. So companies like Ubisoft and EA, among others. Obviously, it's like Eidos Montreal. Everybody's got a presence here now. Microsoft's got a big one in Vancouver. And like I'm thinking of the coalition. Obviously, Microsoft also has, its non-gaming activities on the West Coast as well. But this idea of people kind of cutting their teeth in these firms, which sort of have a model. Ubisoft in particular really seems to have an idea of like what a good game is. It may not be what you like, but like obviously it's pretty clear that Ubisoft have an idea about what a game is, and a pretty robust system for producing that sort of thing. And I don't think it's coincidental that there are a lot of people who've been able to use our local fund, the CMF, to wind up sort of making their first kind of breakout hit. So I'm thinking of like an Outlast, which came from ex-Ubisoft and EA people in Montreal. And I do think there's something kind of interesting about that, the question in terms of where are those foundational skills being learned. But yeah, I mean, I think your follow-up point, Cheese, like I think it is equally true to say that it's a very different kind of activity from what you're probably, what you kind of think you're signing up for when, I mean, I'll just go back to that example I had before. Like if you play Dragon Age and it moved something inside you that just made you say, this is what you want to do with your life. And, you're, learning the internals of Linux and, you're not putting any dialogue in characters' mouths and, you're just desperately trying to find that one weird thing that doesn't translate very well. I am really risking yet another terrain vehicle on this, but it is difficult to sort of see. Your Cheese Talks article on porting includes some quotes from a former porter who's a rendering engineer after having negative experiences with porting, and as far as you know, is happy as a rendering engineer now. On the other hand, like the one thing I will say for myself, like so I worked as a PA for a very, very brief period of time before getting into camera. And I will say, having been present on a set during filming, I really wanted to get that mineral to the side, but I am going to go southeast though. Like being Jesus. Being present on set, I did actually notice, and I'll be honest with you, I couldn't necessarily articulate each of the individual lessons that I learned, but I did notice that for my next sort of independent project, the quality of my lighting was noticeably better. So I can't necessarily explain it, but I don't know. I just think there's a certain, well, I mean, I guess it also depends on the certain type. Like if you're going to have like a crummy attitude on something where it's like, oh, I got to be creative director or I'm not going to do anything on here. Like I'm sure you're not going to get anything out of it. But at least for me, and again, like obviously an experience on a set is not necessarily going to map directly to the experience of porting. But I did actually notice that even though it wasn't directly related to what I wanted to do, it was actually an experience I found valuable. Localization or dubbing in film? That's a tricky one actually, because I mean, oh god, like the reason why the reason why I'm a little cautious on that part is that I guess I know there's an anecdote about Robin Williams. I believe he wound up giving, I think it was like a Picasso or something like that. Anyways, it was like a really valuable work of art to the Spanish actor who did Genie in Aladdin. You know what? Sorry. I really don't like it when I tell stories that could be wrong. So let me just let me see if I can find. Oh, this is interesting. Apparently, Disney gave him a Picasso. Anyways, I remember Robin Williams gave the I'm pretty sure it was the Spanish actor um, uh, a very valuable gift for the simple reason that like it really like enhanced his reputation in the air. So like even though Robin Williams was not acting in that, like apparently the like apparently this had like a really big effect on his popularity. Like obviously the foreign actor did a great job on it. So the reason why I was hesitant to sign on to that analogy is it kind of undermines what I think you're trying to say, because like in that case the performance in the localization actually really does make the difference. But you are correct that obviously the localized version would be done after you've got sort of your final cut. The performances are still going to be performances. Like somebody's going to need to bring something out of themselves for that. But yeah, like I definitely say there you'd get more creative satisfaction out of that than porting. I'll put it to you this way. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, and God, that raises a whole other question, instead of like a whole other can of worms. Because like you can say, okay, Foley, like this is one thing. I worked for a sound guy for a little while. Like, so I did a bunch of jobs before I got into camera, because like I wanted to get into camera, but that didn't mean that camera wanted me. So I did work with sound for a little bit. And this guy would always get really pissed off at um, the sound segments on um, like on making of documentaries, because they're always talking to like the people who are working in post production, and they're always going to be talking about these like the ghost sounds are walnuts. Ooh, they're walnuts. And he's like, we're in here and the AC's turning on every 15 minutes, and we've got an actor here who costs more than like a department combined, and we need to make sure that every line that they say is recorded and able to be used in this movie. And the only people that they talk to on that the people who were sitting around, like lying down on a couch, thinking like, oh, should they sound like peanuts or should they sound like walnuts? Anyways, he like got really worked up while he was talking about that. And I can definitely see it. I mean, I can definitely appreciate most of the problems that I'm like really proud that I solved on set would usually be about being able to get all the camera carts in this really hard to get spot that was in this like perfect straight line to set, because I knew that if, you know, even if they just changed the like their choice of lens on a dime, you know, it would be a matter of seconds to switch that out. And like, obviously nobody's going to make a documentary about that. You know, nobody's going to make the only time you're going to see someone with a slate in the frame is if somebody more important is in the shot or if they screwed it up. Like apparently during the shooting of Unforgiven, there was a guy who clapped the slate. They wanted to get fancy and did it with one hand. And apparently they dropped it in Clint Eastwood's lap. And he shooed them away when they were trying to pick it up. So he does the scene. Apparently at the end, he just picks up the slate. He's like, you dropped this. But yeah, like, certainly, at least as far as the, you know, as far as the production side is concerned, or on the documentary side of things, the people on set tend to feel like they're underrepresented, and I'm not entirely sure that's unfair, because like I don't know, it's kind of like when you hear about games being made, right? Like, what's the thing we all envy and want to be able to do ourselves? Like, have really exciting ideas and see them come to life, right? I don't think people really want to hear the story about how, you know, you're getting a null pointer error and like you're banging your head on that for a week, and then like you like pulled an all-nighter and you couldn't solve it, but then like you got a nap and you had a shower, and then you had oatmeal that day, but it was like a special oatmeal because you had blueberries in it this time instead of just like regular oatmeal. And then you realized, oh wait, it's probably this thing. And then like, sure enough, you know, kind of nested in a couple of things that nobody else would have looked at. Like you found it and you solved it. And, you know, that's why you're able to play the game. Like, I'm sure to programmers that would make a lot of sense. Like, oh yeah, I've been there, man. Like, oh, that, you know, but like, it's, you know, compare that to the fact that the T-1000 in Terminator 2, when it's morphing, it's dog food coming out of a tin, and when it gets shot, it's a microphone being slammed into yogurt. Which story do you think is going to wind up in the documentary? You often say your most productive time is when you're in the shower out walking. Yeah. You know, this is one thing that drives me a little crazy about some types of knowledge work. And it depends on, I think to a certain extent, it depends on the type of place that you're working. But like, I think it's fair to say like a lot of quote unquote professional jobs we do nowadays are knowledge work. And, overshot it. You know, particularly with work from home, I think there are a lot of sort of managers and firms that are like really worried about, you know, are workers slacking on my dime? You know, I need to make sure that these, like, they're punching in at 9 and they're staying working until 5. You know, work from home is really interfering with my ability to check up and make sure that, you know, I'm getting my money's worth. And the thing is that for an increasing number of jobs, like a lot of this is just being able to know something or figure something out that somebody else can't. And because it's a certain type of work that doesn't necessarily have, like, if it had this sort of repeatable number of steps, you'd probably have a program or a robot that does it. But because you're trying to sort of solve something based on your subject matter expertise, or, any number of factors, like, you're going to have to think about it for a little while. And I think anybody who's had to solve a tricky problem will know that that's not necessarily something you can just turn on. You are not going to solve the problem by not looking at it. It is important that you put in some effort to the problem. But obviously, it is very true that you will be, you will potentially have the idea that cracks open an important project at work when you're on a walk or when you're at dinner. And like, to me, it's very clear that what you're paying the salary for is the person's ability to generate ideas like that and bring it, bring the thing, like, bring that idea to the employer rather than, a competitor or somewhere else, or just like letting that idea just vanish into the ether. So like the whole idea of like, apparently the ideas only come from like 9 to 5 is kind of ridiculous, but it really does seem like people are really, really worried about that. No, I mean, again, like it's also important to make sure that you have the right incentive structure. Because I think if you just like, if you kind of live in this like commune where everybody's just kind of like lying around waiting for inspiration, you are going to have a relatively unproductive workforce. And you're probably going to have a bunch of people who are, taking advantage of a good thing. But, yeah, it's very weird in terms of the disconnect between the type of work that we value the most and the way that we think about it in terms of, like, I mean, I can give my own example here. Like, some of the work that I'm doing is related to telecom stuff. And I was thinking a little bit about, I was actually thinking quite a bit about, like the satellite component, because like obviously that's something that is at least an input to a lot of, I mean, it is actually part of telecom on its own, but it is also an input to a lot of the things that we would measure in that, and that is actually something kind of important to us. And the fact that chances are we're not doing a very good job of accounting for this, and what are probably some shifts that have happened since, when we first, like, basically the decisions for the procedures that I'm kind of responsible for maintaining and ostensibly improving, that chances are that landscape has changed since somebody bothered to take a look at them. Now, that idea I had, when I was kind of in a bookstore looking at like fiction. I was picking up a Discworld book, which I still haven't read yet, but I really do want to finally read some Terry Pratchett. Now, do I charge my employer overtime for that? That doesn't seem to be, like, they'd laugh at me if I did. But I'm like, well, they're, by the way, they're not really like breathing down my neck in terms of how I spend my time at work. But I do know, like, if I were to demonstrate that I was not like fully there and present from, my fixed hours, I would certainly get a talking to. So, they'll enjoy the benefit of the good ideas when they come, from a outside of work hours. But of course the flip side of that, well, I'm not feeling very productive right now, so I'm going to go for a walk and I will, I'm going to have some good ideas and I'll come back and work on that. Like, you can't Don Draper it, basically. So, and workers have been slacking on the boss's dime since the dawn of time. Absolutely. Yeah. Given the disparity between the value extracted from the labor and what they're being paid, slacking on paid time is the only way to balance that out. Damn it, Valiant Cheese, do you not know about capital's contribution to... this is sounding very Marxist. Slater USA is a poet, doesn't even know it. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I poo on company time. You think you'd rather see it where the employee owns the insights that they found in their own time and they can license those to employers or competitors at their discretion? I'm totally for that. I do not get paid nearly well enough for the good ideas I bring. um, oh my God, then my channel's been overrun by communists. Where's Uncle Cranky when you need him? I think I've kind of tapped this out, but I'll go to the southwest, and we'll head back up. Yeah, the big one for me in terms of the value that I bring, I remember having a conversation about sort of my position relative to the work that I've seen from other people who hold a higher position to me. And this was after I was sort of turned down for a promotion, which I definitely know I was qualified for. And I remember the person I was speaking to trying. So like the thing is that, you know, the boss is they've heard the complaint time and time again. They've kind of got their playbook for, you know, putting the salve on the troubled employees, or like trying to tranquilize it. What I find so funny is that a lot of these replies really assume that the other person isn't really thinking that carefully. So like I remember I brought it up and I said, is like, look, you know, I am responsible for my own work. And I know that there is not always a lot of value in focusing too much on what other people are doing, but you know, I can name probably about 4 people in this division who are at this position I'm looking for. And I do not think by any fair measure that they are meeting my standard of work, let alone the standard that, you know, you're saying is expected for this position here. Now, I'm not saying that they need to be put on notice or something. I do think that I have clearly demonstrated that I am capable of doing this, though. And I think not only do I meet the standard as listed, but I meet the de facto standard of the actual work here. And again, immediate response, you know that this is sort of the canned answer. It's like, well, you don't know what kind of conversations, you know, their managers are having with those employees. Like they may not be meeting their expectations. And I was astonished by this answer. And I said what I'm going to say now, which is, it's like, well, isn't this an indictment of the existing, you know, system then? That like this system that you're telling me about, that, you know, I didn't get my promotion through, is somehow supposed to be the fair one and the one that's getting the results that you want. But I'm being told that the people who have actually moved into these positions aren't actually doing the job. Like, surely this is an argument in my favor, not yours. There wasn't really an answer to that. Like, I think we just kind of moved on to the next topic. But I just don't see how saying, you know, when someone says, look, you know, this is what you expect for this role here. I've demonstrated I can do this. And the people who are currently in this role are not doing what you say they should. I don't see how you can say, well, you know, the people who aren't doing what they should, you know, I agree with you, they're not doing what they should, is an argument for anything other than, yeah, we've got a really crummy promotion system. So anyways, obviously I didn't get what I wanted, but that was kind of clear from the start of the conversation. So when you've had day jobs, you've always adjusted your productivity to match what you think your time is worth. So you're worth 100. So if you're only being paid $20 an hour, you're going to put in a fifth of the effort. Doing anything else just creates unhealthy expectations and make things harder for my coworkers and any future employees. Now that you're working for yourself, you do whatever you feel like. Yeah, I actually find it really hard to switch off when I'm doing work. So, like if I do a job, generally I want to do it as well as I can. And that does include if I'm like really pissed off at an employer. It's not a great trait to have, to be honest, because like clearly I'm not particularly satisfied with my lot. But I'm not like creating, I'm not creating conditions under which I'm necessarily going to have my value realized, right? If they can get my 100% when paying me less than my 100%, it's a good deal for them. But it's a temperament thing. Like I do find it difficult to calibrate my effort. By the way, my apologies for everybody who's looking for elite Starflight gameplay. I think I've kind of established I get very talky when I'm tired, and I think today is no exception. But we are going to check out those ruins. So 162 east and 17 north, and I think there was actually quite a bit here, if memory serves. By the way, again, I don't know if this is the procedural generation or not. I actually really like that a lot of ruins are near bodies of water. So, incidentally, I believe when I played this last time, I logged this as a colonizable planet. The gravity is 2.5 G, so it was actually my really crummy writing. So it has to be less than 2 G, not 3. So this is not a habitable world for us. But yeah, one thing I actually really like about this is it feels like a lot of the ruins are near water, which is of course what we would see for humanity as well. Obviously now we sort of have the technology to live elsewhere. But I think I'm pretty sure if you were to look at the distribution of cities, you'd see them kind of the same way that they appear in Starflight. And I have to suspect that that's probably a conscious choice. Noxkayam, how you doing? It's raining. It's not storming though, so lucky me. Yes, this will probably be the last Starflight stream for a little while because I need to. I'm probably gonna have a couple of keys that people are like coming out of embargo. So I'll be covering those. But I'm at the point where unless people just sort of say it's like I would really prefer you not to play this retro game. I'm actually okay doing more Starflight in future. But I do know that just in general, I'm probably gonna have to take a little bit of a break from it in order to get some of the other things I want to do done. We captured. Excuse me. Captured a ball. We captured a mini mountain. Finished all your late work last night, so it feels nice to relax and do nothing. Your English teacher is so weird about our formatting for our research paper. Interesting. What's the formatting requirements? MLA format, but also wants it in 13 Arial font, and the sourcing and quoting is totally different from MLA. Interesting. I can understand the size and the font just because like I've played like so actually my thing is I normally would go too long. I know that comes as a huge surprise to everyone. So what my trick would usually be I would mess with the margins on the right a little bit, and I'd make them wider. I never really got called out on it. You got to be subtle when you do it, but yeah, I found being able to mess with my margins a little bit was a more reliable trick than playing around with the fonts. But what I will admit, I don't mix linguistic arts. I don't get the do MLA style and then change. Like, it almost seems like the bibliography's got to be MLA style and everything else is like, whatever special requirement your instructor has. I mean, to a certain extent, when in Rome, right, you do what you're told because you want to do well on the paper. But I'm curious what the like, again, font and size I get just because it's an old trick to like mess with your typesetting, but to sort of abandon MLA style to in the name of your custom hack is a little confusing to me. Although to follow in Cheese's footsteps, or I should say Cheese Ness as a developer, Valiant Cheese as a Twitch streamer. It's just easier to abbreviate. For me, MLA would mean member of the Legislative Assembly. Got to get those politics points in. Yeah, I mean, if I thought that you were uncomfortable or preferred a full name, I'm sorry to say this, but like this is being landlocked away from literally one tile of land away from being obscene. Valiant Systems was the name of the first game dev team you put together. Yeah, so actually, Nox, I Cheese and I have. Oh no, sorry, never mind. I get what you're saying. I misunderstood originally. But yeah, no, I figured if you wanted to be, addressed differently, I would have covered that. But what I actually find kind of amusing for my own part, I really don't mind what people call me. And that includes like System Chalk as well as like my real name. And people ask me that quite frequently, and I usually just say the same thing. It's like, as long as I can recognize that I am being addressed, I am perfectly happy for you to call me whatever you want. But the one person actually bothers me to abbreviate my name is my dad, and he does it all the time. And the reason why I get bugged by that is because, like, you chose this name, right? You are the one living person who is around to take responsibility for this decision. I didn't choose my name. You are the you are the one who chose this, and you are the one person who does not want to put the effort into saying it. Which represents the amount of effort that you put all the while through raising me. No. So. A few things here and there. Supply chain is definitely the most relevant right now. I don't know how much it's relevant. I mean, clearly, clearly Hive Time is the most relevant right now because it is what you're streaming. Actually, I should take a second here and shout out Cheese. I'll do 2 shout outs here. So I've got Valiant Cheese for his Twitch channel, because I know a number of you would like to see more game development stuff or possibly become game developers yourself. And I think Valiant Cheese is a really good resource for that. He does a lot of open development, and it definitely makes an effort to to kind of explain the steps that he's doing, and help people, whether they are established game developers or whether they are have ambitions to try something. I think he's very good at sharing his knowledge, whether that's blog form or streamwise. And that is his itch page. So if you want to play some of Valiant Cheese's games, not all of them. So I do want to be very clear. Valiant Cheese does this for a living, so not everything on there is necessarily free. But there are definitely some good games which are either pay what you want. Some of them are early, sort of early forms. Actually, here's a fun fact. On YouTube, I put up his Bone Sweeper prototype. That is one of the first videos in a really long time, but that got like a downvote. And it's like a 100% downvote. So apparently somebody was really mad at the fact that I said we're searching for the ancient, the ancient lizard race. Bonesweeper was, Bonesweeper's the Minesweeper, like, about archaeology. But yeah, anyway, I did find that, I found that funny more than anything. But some of the stuff you'll see on that itch page, there's a couple of Game Jam games there. I know Cloud Courier was a Game Jam game. Bonesweeper Prototype is I think Prototype's a better name than demo, but Bonesweeper's something that he's been working on recently. Supply Chain is the one that I collaborated with him. Did I say archaeology again? I'm an idiot. Sorry, paleontology. I'm usually good at catching myself when I say archaeology. Man, I feel like an idiot. Supply Chain is some programming sim or something like that, just to be on track. But I do still recommend checking out some of the so for the paid stuff. Obviously, you want to make sure it's like your kind of thing. But he was actually kind enough to get me a key for the away team, which I really enjoyed. And sorry, I forgot to pause the game, so I'm sure. Well, we'll just say we're earning some interest. I'm going to disembark and go north one more time because I feel like I should be seeing more ruins than I've explored. I was really happy the way it ended for me. So I think I'll head to the right after I pick up some goodies. You still have more work that you'd like to do on it, but you're not sure when you'll have time. Yeah, man. So I'll say this because I have a feeling that I'm not actually going to make any progress on this for a while, but there's like two, they're not even white whale projects, but they're like two projects that I have a pretty good idea of what I would like to do. And one of them I actually put some effort into sort of building some basic systems for. And then, life being what it is, things got busy. The other challenge that I have too is that every once in a while, somebody will give me access to some data that I wouldn't otherwise have access to. So like somebody, read one of the blogs that I did for KitFox, or, somebody who previously reached out sort of says, hey, I've got something new. And I love being able to work with stuff like that. More importantly, like data is kind of my niche. So to a certain extent, I know that the effort that I put in is going to have sort of a bigger return. Golden Globe. I wonder if they realized the similarity of their artifact name to a film award. But yeah, anyways, like, so it's sometimes tricky for me because I love the fact that people are willing to give me access to data. I never want to take that for granted, and I actually think it's really allowed me to do some interesting things. And I also think I haven't quite hit the limits of what I can do with what people have already given me access to. But the fact of the matter is that there's only so many hours in a day, and when I'm given that kind of an opportunity, it's much easier for me to sort of turn around and say that the time spent on data stuff is going to be like should be second to the game, because like there's, to a certain extent, I need to be kind of careful in terms of how I say this, because actually Valiant Cheese has been very, very kind in terms of his comments on one of the game ideas that I mentioned. It's actually not one of the ideas I was planning on working on, one of the ones that I was talking about here, but like I've actually gotten some and he's not the only one, has given some very kind and helpful feedback in terms of some of the stuff that I've sort of said, I'd be interested in working on. So it's certainly not that I lack any encouragement from outside sources. But with that in mind, I am also kind of aware of the fact that it feels like nowadays, even with the, quote unquote indie apocalypse, there's a lot of people who don't just have ideas for games, but are actually successfully implementing them. And that the world doesn't necessarily need another guy who thinks he can make a game, cluttering up the Steam pages with that kind of an effort. So, I would like to realize a couple of these projects that I'm working on. I'm sure I will one day. But in that context, it's a little hard for me to say, of the way I could spend this, 2 or 3 hour block, I could look at this data and potentially have an insight that nobody else has had on these things, and something that would potentially help out a developer that I really like and allow them to make better decisions. Or I can put some effort towards making a first effort game, which, I am interested in, but I'm not 100% sure anybody else would necessarily be interested in. And obviously with those stakes, it's kind of obvious to see why so much more of my time is going to be spent on the data side of the equation than anything else. But on the other hand, like, I would really like to realize a couple of these projects. So let me just take a quick second here. So Valiant G says, I have this partially finished random mission that occurs while you're flying around. It plays a similar role to the anomaly study events, but instead of being about the work you as the AI do between planetary missions, it's about the stuff that the crew does between planetary missions. And no, we need everybody making games. My idea is that making games ends up being what photography has become, a ubiquitous way for people to express and share experiences and thoughts. I think that's a really good way of looking at it. I think to a certain extent, one of the big advantages of photography is that it's not just that it has become less expensive for people to be able to express themselves that way, but it's also become less time consuming. So with that in mind, you have, so like if you think of photography as, as I practiced it for pretty much my life until about a year ago, it would be, getting a camera and learning how to use it, or potentially more than one camera, getting the film, developing the film, and then projecting the film onto sort of sensitive paper and doing the manipulations both in the development and the printing phases to realize your vision. And every single step along that way would allow you a degree of sort of creative control. Now, of course, on a phone, you're able to take very high quality pictures. You're able to, realize them instantly. Pretty much so even with, if you're using a dedicated camera, you can make it now so that your viewfinder is looking at exactly what the lens was looking at. You can sort of do that with SLRs as well, but not everybody necessarily likes SLRs. Rangefinders are also very popular. I think a lot of the really famous stuff for National Geographic actually tended to be done on rangefinders rather than SLRs. But I think one of the things that's true about photography and the way that it's been done now is that it's not just the reduction in terms of the cost financially. So, photo finishing services aren't really a thing anymore. I mean, obviously you can get prints of like your favorite photos and that, but the effort that you expend to be able to realize your vision has also become quite a bit smaller. Doesn't mean that you don't do editing. Like obviously there's like Photoshop and Lightroom because everybody loves Adobe products and everybody's happy to pay for those, right? Sorry, I should be mentioning the tools that Valiant Cheese really likes using free and open source tools as well. So I should be mentioning the GNU image manipulation program or GIMP, but I'll put it to you this way, like compared to XCOM days or Starflight days where, you're picking fourth because of its expressibility because nobody's made an engine for you. I suspect the effort that it takes to realize a game is less than what it used to be, but I have a feeling that the effort required to realize it hasn't quite hit that level. Or maybe I'm just too ambitious in my ideas. I should maybe scale things down. Noxkheim says, you have so much time, you feel like you wasted on mindlessly scrolling through social media. You've been working on your writing more, though, since that's your passion. I'm really happy to hear that, Noxkheim. I actually feel the same way that you do. I think the less time I spend on social media, the better. I don't hate it. Like it has a place, but I think the demands it makes on me relative to what I get out of it is considerably less. Whereas, reading and writing, like writing is hard to start because writing is hard, right? Like at the very least, revising something is a little bit easier, but definitely the act of creation is a tricky beast. But the time spent doing that is very rewarding and fulfilling by the end. It maybe doesn't feel that way in the moment, although definitely if you get into flow, like that's definitely that's kind of its own thing. But yeah, man, the reflex to turn on a television show, to play a game, to scroll through social media, to do any of these things it's so easy to do, and like the marginal cost is so low. Like the ability to just go and like read one more tweet, it is so effortless. Whereas, if you're writing an essay, even if you know it, like your subject really well, the effort of that next sentence could be, enormous. So I'm actually really glad. So number one, recognizing it is a really big deal, but I actually particularly like that you're putting the effort into writing because it's something I like. It's something I genuinely wish I would do more of. And it's cool. It's cool that you're taking the time to think about how you spend your time, and hopefully put it towards not just things that are hopefully more enriching for you, but things that'll be enriching for me. I like reading good stuff, so the more good writers there are out there, the more. Well, one, I'll be slightly depressed because I'll just be saying, "Oh, why can't I write like that?" But then I'll also be really happy because I'm reading good stuff. Slater USA says, I have a billion game ideas and it's slowly driving you insane that you can't make them because A, no time, and B, here's a game engine that you have to spend a minimum of 1 or 2 years to master. Like, yeah, okay. So So you should probably be watching Valiant Cheese's streams, because I think there is some value in seeing someone go from that, like, here is an empty Godot project. Oh, there is now this primitive moving around, and it does, maybe only bears some passing resemblance to a game, if that. But then to see, him move from that so quickly towards, oh wow, this is like a prototype of a game, to like, oh wow, this looks like a game, to like, oh okay, yeah, this thing's like ready for release now. There's some value in seeing that. And like, because I'll put it to you this way, Slater USA. I actually I have a lot of sympathy for what you're feeling. To a certain extent, I sometimes feel it myself. I mean, that's been betrayed by what I was saying here, right? In terms of my trade-off, in terms of working on data, which I'm comfortable with, relative to working with working with gaming, which is not necessarily I'm familiar with. I'm okay-ish at like C#, so like the programming side of thing, and say Unity is not like, that's not necessarily my big hang up. I'd say probably the API I could stand to know a little bit better, and like I could probably I really should just spend some quality time in like the Unity menus and like look at all the different components. Obviously I'm picking Unity because it'll annoy Cheese. But the one thing that I do also sort of need to recognize for myself, and this is definitely more of a do as I say, not as I do. Like, even if it does take one or two, Unity only annoys you when you have to work with it. Fair enough. But I would say, like, even in a situation where it did genuinely take 1 or 2 years, I may lose the TV doing this. I'm going to try and cheat a little bit on the movement, but... Oh no, I think we'll be fine. But yeah, so like, I think one of the big ones for me has been if it does take 1 to 2 years to learn the tool, sort of despairing about this fact and not working on the project brings me no closer to realizing the project. But it does bring me closer to that moment where I do finally make the effort, and I've got 1 or 2 years ahead of me, and I hit that point where I'm like, oh man, why didn't I start this 2 or 3 years ago? But on the other hand, if you have an alternative that like, the trick is that, like, if you have an alternative about how to use that time that you think is valuable, like, to a certain extent, that's as much a question of like learning project scope. Like, you also have a finite amount of time in your life, and if making games is not the most important thing, then obviously you want to be like, obviously I would not want you to like miss the, you see your children for exactly 6 months of their lives, and you miss every major milestone. Clearly that is not the best set of priorities. But I've given the fact that you said that you've got a lot of game ideas and it's driving you crazy, I'm going to guess that it's probably more than just a casual fancy. And I definitely find that you may be surprised at how, I won't say how accessible, because like, definitely working with any tool is kind of counterintuitive at the start. but I do think you may be pleasantly surprised at what you can get done at the start. And hopefully that will give you sort of enough gas in the tank to get you to the next milestone. You just recently realized you made a complete 180 in writing. You used to only focus on world building. Now you're only focusing on characters and symbolism, how the story and other stuff connects to you personally. World building is so fun, and it doesn't emotionally exhaust you at all, but like none of the stuff I wrote before had any emotion in it at all. That's actually kind of interesting. Yeah, because like I'm not the best at characters, but I've never, and like I really like stuff like science fiction. So I like existing in like strange worlds and all of that. But I've always felt, I think it might just be because of the stories that I'm drawn to, but I've definitely always found characters and problems to be more interesting. I actually think there's a John le Carré quote. It's like the cat sat on the mat is not a story, but the cat sat on the dog's mat is, which I really like. Because like to me, when I hear the cat sat on the dog's mat, like to me, my immediate response is, tell me more. Like I want to know what happened. Like as soon as you say that, there's no finish to that quote, right? There's just the cat sat on the dog's mat is. And like you are left to fill in that blank, and I desperately want that blank to be filled. And that's just telling me it's like, well, get off your ass and write something then. But I don't do fiction. Like I tend to write like essays and stuff like that now. But yeah, so at least for me, so much of the framing has always been through characters. Even though like when I think of things that I've enjoyed the most and stories that I think are probably, important to me, they are pretty fantastic. Like, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, huge story. I read that at like a really ideal time in my life to be reading a story like that, and some of the characters and personalities and the style and the humor, all of that stuff just really, really spoke to me. And certainly Douglas Adams is not lacking in imagination. If we want to talk about world building, the galaxy is such an interesting place in those stories. I do want to do one more run out east, but I'm clearly going to have to get to the higher efficiency areas faster. But it's really interesting to hear your perspective. I think the biggest thing for me is I'm actually really glad to hear that you have found something that works better for you. As Valiant Cheese says, it's not a tap you can turn on and off. Downtime's a big part of giving yourself room to be productive. The other thing that I would just sort of say, like, okay, there's a book. My apologies to those of you who really like this book, but I stopped reading it. Like, I was really frustrated reading it. So I had people recommend James Clear's Atomic Habits to me, like multiple people who really liked it. And I found it very shallow with the topic that it was trying to cover. And I really felt that if that book had to be written at all, it would have been far better as a blog post. And I think one of the other things that really bugged me about it was that, so far as I can tell, James Clear is not really known for anything other than his sort of like self-help blog and book. And I think there is a problem with that kind of thinking, because like that doesn't necessarily make what he's saying wrong. But I don't know, like there is definitely a side of me where I'm like, if somebody's going to be like taking the time to tell me how to live my life, like I kind of want to know by what right they're telling me this. And I don't know, I did not like the way that it approached its subject at all. I thought like there's a type of, okay, so like in econ there's a lot of things that you can say in econ where people are like, well, that's obvious, and it's like, you know, I can't disagree with you, but it does not mean that it's not important to establish this. um, Particularly when you're talking about probability, actually, because there's a lot of stuff that seems like it should be obvious and it's actually false, and then there's a whole bunch of stuff that seems like it would be nonsense and it actually turns out to be true, and it's important that it's true. um, I'm going all over the place. But yeah, I don't know, like you know, I do think, like, so there are a few like aphorisms and all of that which I think can be helpful. So like the idea of sort of you know, falling down to the systems that you have in place. So like if your default when you're like, you're not really feeling a lot of energy, like you have a lot of energy or you're not really like quote unquote feeling it, like if your default is to just sort of like lie back on the couch and just like scroll your way to oblivion for 6 hours straight, um, you're not necessarily going to feel very fulfilled by the end of it. And of course, from my perspective, you know, as a person who likes seeing other people's work, I'm denied the opportunity to see what you have in you to put out in the world. You know, whether that's your game, whether that's your screenplay, your book, your essay, a painting, you know, or even just, you know, some really good oratory, which is in very short supply. But there are other incidents. I believe that is actually something that comes from Steve Jobs. So at the very least, you could just listen to Steve Jobs talk about things and you would have gotten the same insight. And I wouldn't have gotten kind of this wrapper of nonsense that seems to be kind of the condition of reading this this you know, this book. So yeah, it really didn't work for me. But one book I really did enjoy, which I actually think you can derive similar lessons from, was called How to Fly a Horse. And this is a reference to the Wright brothers making the you know, the first successful flight. And to a certain extent, you can actually kind of get the same lessons in terms of just sort of applying yourself and, you know, putting in the work and allowing yourself sort of that time to question assumptions, but also like it doesn't have to be just constantly like grinding away 24/7 without a break, but rather, you know, having that preparation and then sort of letting your unconscious sort of sort through the problem every once in a while. But the way that the How to Fly a Horse sort of succeeded in imparting that lesson for me was it gave me these really interesting examples of people who made something. And I found that so much more rewarding than, you know, some guy whose only real claim is the fact that he's written this book on productivity that a lot of people recommend. Like, I just don't really find that. I just don't really find that all that compelling of a message, to be honest. But anyways, that was kind of like a really long journey that I didn't need to go on. But you know, I think also partly just because I kind of need to talk my own book in like a negative way, which is that I kind of reflect on each day that I haven't like written a blog. And the number of those days is actually starting to add up. It is something that's starting to make me feel a bit bad. And I kind of reflect on how I feel as a result of that, and it's sort of like, yeah, I like hearing it when people aren't falling into that trap. And it gives me hope that maybe one day I will sort of pull myself out of my own little funk and get to that that state as well. Let me just take a quick second here to catch up with some of the chat. I talk about the kind of sentiment in regard to Hive Time's events and vignettes too. Telling players that all their bees became bee sitters doesn't invite them to think about what's going on in the same way that telling them that their bees became bee sitters because they wanted to play with bee Lego, with the happy coincidence that they're also committing to raising bees does. That's really interesting. I don't think I know I've heard you talk about Hive Time, but I don't think I've ever heard that particular detail. That's really neat. I enjoy downtime for like a day after I write something. If I don't write soon after, you start feeling like you're completely wasting time. I'm going to try writing tomorrow. Yeah, well, I mean, again, breaks are necessary, but developing a habit, like just making it, like the thing that drives me nuts is the idea of waiting for inspiration. Because like, I kind of feel like that's the easy way out. I'm not going to deny that there is inspiration. Like I think my best stuff has actually come after putting some effort in. But I have been lucky enough in certain contexts to just sort of have something kind of pop into my head, and it's like, oh, hey, yeah, okay, this works. Like, and I just kind of go and write it, and I'm pretty happy with it, maybe do a couple of revisions and call it. So like, I definitely, as much as I want to pretend that it doesn't exist, like, yeah, there's totally times when it just clicks. But I sort of feel like waiting for that is cheating. Like, that's not doing the work. And I don't know, maybe it's just my Protestant upbringing or something like that. I kind of feel like you need to do your the work, right? Like, I don't know if I can claim credit. Oh man, okay. How many of you have read The Man in the High Castle? Not watch the TV series, but have read The Man in the High Castle. I'm just gonna catch up with what Valiant Cheese has said because it looks like you're heading off pretty soon. Advice you're hoping to give is that tackling that feeling might be more valuable to you in the long term than tackling downtime. But also sometimes you do need to sit down and force yourself to start. Of course, everybody works differently. You need to start tackling the feeling more. It's easier to find inspiration, receive inspiration from people whose work resonates with you. I don't think I'm ever going to read a self-help book because all of them are written by people you don't want to be like. Well, I mean, I don't want to knock it too much because I do know there are some people who find them very useful, and obviously everybody learns differently. But I do find credibility is a big problem for them, and I also tend to find that on reflection and in practice, like, it feels like some of those books are really designed to be like, say things that people want to hear. Their exercises in rhetoric as opposed to imparting wisdom. And there are just simply too many good books to read to be lied to. I already have enough problems of like deceiving myself about spending my time well or having good ideas. But that, I really can't afford to spend too much time on people who want to lie to me. Speaking of being productive, you need to be disappearing. Thanks for the streaming in the chat. Thank you very much, Valiant Cheese. Please make some good games. And thank you for wishing everyone good luck with all your stuff. Again, I apologize for not putting a little more focus on the game, but I hope you don't feel like the time has been too wasted. Well, I keep saying that, but like, obviously people who are not finding it worthwhile are going to find something else on Twitch. Still, I don't want to take the audience for granted, and I appreciate for those of you who sit through some of my more extended babbling. Okay, so obviously this planet is no good, and I suspect that will be true for this one as well. So I think it was 8Gs that kills us. I know we couldn't find it in the map, but yeah, gravity greater than 8 is a bad time. Okay. I don't know how many of you like science fiction, so I'm going to take it. I can't talk about the ending of the. I can't talk about the ending of The Man in the High Castle. For those of you who do like science fiction, The Man in the High Castle is an alternate history in which Germany wins World War II. Well, the Axis powers win World War II. So the Cold War effectively is between Germany and Japan. And I haven't seen too much of the Amazon series. I liked some of the stuff that I saw in terms of the adaptation, but then somebody told me about where they go with it, and I'm like, oh, that's a shame. But there's a really neat idea about the idea of authorship and inspiration at the end, which I like quite a bit, particularly because of the circumstances under which I know Philip K. Dick wrote The Man in the High Castle. So for those of you who like science fiction, particularly alternate history, but I'd say if you like science fiction, you are already familiar with Philip K. Dick. At the very least, you're familiar with movies adapted from his stuff. He's definitely very good at like high concept sort of stuff. And it is a strange book in some ways, but I did not find it alienating in its strangeness. And I'm hoping those of you that give it a shot, maybe we'll reach the same conclusion. There is a side of me that really wants to try landing on a gas giant, but I know this game is absolutely merciless for losing, and I don't really want to lose all this progress. I'm not really going to follow sort of a program here. This is just, if I see something on the ground, I'll pick it up. It may not be the most efficient, but as long as I don't lose another terrain vehicle, I'm happy. All right. So the trickier one for me is, do I want to try and get... Oh. Yeah, that's totally not worth going. Well, actually, if it's north... Yeah, it's still not worth it. Okay, turns out we actually had quite a bit of energy left, so I probably could have got that, but... We'll head south, wait till we get a scan message. Well, we'll take a quick peek here just in case. And basically the same story. Like we'll follow wherever the minerals are. I don't... maybe I'll try like one other spot on this planet. I'm assuming the cargo space isn't that full, but Getting tired, gonna get going? Oh, no problem, Noxcon. Thank you very much for hanging out. I wish you luck. Sounds like you're gonna get some writing done. You said you were gonna do it tomorrow. If you feel up to it, I highly recommend even just a couple pages. See, so it sounds like you do creative writing. So if you want a challenge tonight, and please just feel free to tell me to mind my own business. You are capable of nurturing your creativity fine on your own. But if you feel up to a challenge and convincing yourself that you can switch it on whenever you want, I'd be delighted if you'd put a little effort into seeing if you can write your own equivalent to "The cat sat on the dog's mat" before turning in tonight. But I also recognize getting a proper sleep and just generally taking care of yourself is equally important. So please don't take that as a very strong recommendation. But if you want like a new game plus, feel free to do that. But have a great night. Look forward to seeing you again. And I particularly look forward to hearing you meet with some creative success. All right, I'm going to go west. I can't remember if I've gone north or not, but I'll worry about that later. I'll probably go a little bit later tonight, but what I may need to do is take a small break to, one, finish this coffee that I've got, but also I'm feeling a little hungry, so I think I will make a small snack and just take a minute to eat that. Oh, so that there was a quote from. This is the quote that I mentioned from John le Carré. So he wrote. He used to be a spy, but he wrote spy novels. I think his most famous one is Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, which has a somewhat famous BBC adaptation, but certainly is probably better known for the modern adaptation of it. Which starred Gary Oldman and Benedict Cumberbatch, and they both did a really good job in the film. But I can't even remember where I read this quote, but basically John le Carré was talking about writing stories, and he basically said, "The cat sat on the mat is not a story. The cat sat on the dog's mat is." And what I like about that is it implies kind of character and conflict, right? An injustice is done. You know, the dog's property rights have been violated. You know, what does the dog do in response? You know, what motivated the cat to break the truce? You know, again, you've got conflict, you've got character sort of implied in you know, it's a simple rhyme. It starts with a simple rhyme, but it just does a small inversion of the circumstance, and all of a sudden you've got a story. So that was just, it was a quote that I brought up earlier to sort of refer to like story writing and you know, where ideas come from and stuff like that. But yeah, that was just a reference to something I said later. Sorry if that that reference didn't hit. I thought you were around when I said that. I have to imagine there's a fun science fiction story in the way that Science Officer Mackenzie is running the ship here. Like, just brave, tough as nails commander, you know, someone who will go down in history as someone who saved the galaxy, but is a remarkably reckless driver. Oh God, I totally forgot. Okay, so I've been reading this book called The Man from the Future. And it's a kind of a biography on John von Neumann and his contributions to I'd say human knowledge, because it covers covers his work on the Manhattan Project, covers his work on sort of pure mathematics, covers his work with Morgenstern on game theory, found his work on computers. So I figure there's probably a few computer nerds in here who know about von Neumann architecture. Needless to say, he's a really bright guy. And what I didn't know, though, apparently he really liked driving fast cars. And apparently in Princeton, there was a corner called the von Neumann corner because of the frequency with which he would get into accidents. So I kind of have this imagination of like this being when the biography of Science Officer Mackenzie is being written, this detail will be mentioned, is that the GDP of a small nation equivalent worth of terrain vehicles have been destroyed under their watch due to reckless driving. So the book you mentioned, The Man in the High Castle, prompted the creation of 6 seasons of the series. Is most of that just made up entirely, or did they stretch the story far enough that it covers all of that? So I haven't really seen the series, and so can't speak too specifically to it, but I would suspect there is quite a bit of expansion, because there are some characters who get considerably more drawn out. There are events that I think are implied or described as happening sort of off screen, if you will, in the book. And given sort of some of the suggestions that my friends had made about where the series goes, I feel like they kind of go down an avenue which is not present in the book. So as far as I can tell, there is no... Okay, so it is not a series. I believe there may have been an intention to sort of return to the setting of The Man in the High Castle, which may have become sort of the origins of a later book that Philip K. Dick wrote, but it ultimately was not considered to be a sequel to The Man in the High Castle, if it was ever realized at all. So the simple answer to your question is that The Man in the High Castle, as written by Philip K. Dick, is a single work of single volume, and chances are, if you watch the TV series, there will be stuff that you did not hear about in the book, which is fine. Like, to be honest with you, I'd actually kind of prefer, I think in the end, I would generally prefer adaptations to become their own thing more than be too slavish to the source material. I realize this often means that I will be quite disappointed by the work. But I think just trying to like so I think there's a difference between transposition and adaptation. I think if you are going to adapt something to the screen, you are going to realize that there are certain things that make for good cinema and certain things that make for good books, and that these are two very separate these are often two very separate domains. I mean, there was a period in kind of the golden age of Hollywood where very respectable writers were hired to do screenplays, and there is a reason why most of those films are not really thought about nowadays. They're I mean, like, I seem to recall there's a couple of stories, I think it's like Louis Mayer or somebody like that, where like apparently like one of the more literary writers is doing this screenplay and is like, so and so goes into the room and words cannot describe what they see. Well, like, obviously, like, that's the job for the screenwriter, right? Words must describe what is seen because the audience has to to see it. Or like so many books kind of have what I would call implied voiceover, right? It's written in a first person perspective. And that is a completely natural way to read and write a book. It is a terrible way to do a movie. Some of them do it okay. Like, I guess I feel like Fight Club's voiceover isn't too bad. I think Network's voiceover works because it's like it isn't one of the characters expressing their thoughts. It's more like it's about the news. So in this case, you've kind of got, I suppose, to a certain extent, it's almost kind of like the Walter Cronkite for the network world, just letting you know it's what happened. But yeah, there's a lot of pretty terrible examples of people. Actually, no, there's one other really good example of this, which would be, and I actually think the film adaptation specifically does this because the writing instructor that they reference in it doesn't like voiceover. Adaptation also has a lot of voiceover. Yeah, maybe I should be a little more relaxed about voiceover. But in general, like, movies are a show don't tell kind of thing. And I don't think that's just I don't think that is just because films started off as silent films and so we developed a grammar sort of shaped by that. I just think it's part of the experience. But again, like, easier said than done. Actually, I really wish we didn't have the copyright problems we do. I was referring to Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. Actually, out of curiosity, has anybody in chat seen the modern one, the one with Gary Oldman as George Smiley? Sorry, just need a quick second. Wanted to see if I could find this scene, but so I've got a bit of a journey ahead of me, but I think I can make it. Okay, I think I've got a way that I can explain the scene without making it I mean, like, on its own it wouldn't be that big of a spoiler, but I think I can tell this in such a way that wouldn't reveal too much of the plot until you get to it. So the main idea of Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy is that it takes place during the Cold War, and there is a suspicion that there is a mole in the agency, that there's a Russian spy somewhere in British intelligence, and I mean, so like it's like the prototypical Cold War spy thriller, right? You don't know who to trust. There's someone in a position of authority who is obviously going to want to protect their identity. you can't officially let the investigation be known because they'll know that they're onto them, so on and so forth. So there is a scene where someone needs to not exactly break in, but effectively break into their own intelligence service to get access to certain records that's necessary for the investigation. And obviously this is a person who is kind of on the outs, and so they're automatically under suspicion. They're able to enter the building, but they know that they're doing something they're not supposed to, and that the people who they're trying to catch are going to be watching them. And so it's this really, really tense sequence as they're sort of going through, and they're sort of using their spycraft to sort of get the task done. And like, again, you're in friendly territory, but you don't feel safe in the scene, is basically what I'm trying to say. And they also need to be able to sort of communicate with their boss. And so they choose to do this code where basically it's sort of like a service call. But again, the challenge is that they're accepting a phone call from someone, and they're sort of under suspicion. So they sort of need to speak in sort of a code. So basically there's this whole sequence that comes up where they're giving the impression that they're at a like the place that's calling is like some shop, and they got the radio on in the background to give it some authenticity, and they've got this George Formby song playing called Mr. Wu's Window Cleaner Now. Really, really catchy song. Like if you see this scene, like your toes are going to be tapping during it. And what was so great about that scene is, I'm just like, okay, really, really catchy choice for music. I, get they're establishing the area. But there's this fear from this agent that they're being listened to. So, they kind of need to be careful. You need to convey the information, but you need to convey it in the way that the bad guys can't know that you're doing something. And they get through the call. They're sort of just about to get out of the situation. I think they actually get called in for an interview. And you're like, oh man, they're busted, aren't they? But then it's like, oh wait, maybe they're not. Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they didn't suspect him the whole time. And at the very end of the sequence, one of the suspected conspirators is walking down the hallway, whistling that really catchy song. And that's a beautiful little bit of cinema there, because the tension of the scene is definitely like, if you were to study that from like an editing perspective, like you would see all of the tricks, right? The the looking over the shoulder, all the little details of where the attention is, where you're, both you as the audience, but also the character in terms of where they need to be. But the big reveal is actually so this is a good example of where sort of the visual and the audio work together rather than it just being purely visual. What's really great about it, though, is that you could watch that scene on its own and you'd have all the tension if you had it on mute. But the big reveal of the scene actually is an audio cue, because, of course, hearing that catchy song that's the tell. At no point does the sequence ever say they were listening in on his call. The film sort of respects you enough to make that inference. But the way that they do it is through this piece of music. Essentially, it's like the piece of information that the character couldn't have known any other way. And you can imagine a film that trusts its audience less, and the way they would do it was a close up of a word on a piece of paper, and then someone says that word and there's a close-up on the eyes or a close-up on the mouth, and like like there's a really ham-fisted way of conveying that. But the touch of a catchy song playing on the radio, while you're trying to get the message out to the outside world, and then somebody's walking by you in the building, whistling that same song, what's the conclusion that you draw? They were listening. Your paranoia was correct. But yeah, the original point was more about adaptation and transposition and all of that. So, like, so far as I can tell, I do have a copy of Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, but I actually have got other stuff I want to read first. So far as I can tell, that sequence, as it appears in the film, is not there. It's definitely not in the BBC miniseries. There's an equivalent to it, but the whole sequence in the Gary Oldman movie is something that's a product of the movie. And I think that's good because, again, it still speaks to the moment, right? Like it's an important development in the investigation, and it conveys what it needs to convey, but it conveys it in a way that is interesting to an audience who's sitting down to watch a movie. Whereas, and I know a lot of people really like this, so I apologize for using this example, but I think it's a very good example of it. The adaptation of Watchmen, the comic. Now, I'm not talking about the HBO one, which is sort of almost a sequel, it feels like, but the movie version of Watchmen. The whole premise of that seems to be that it is a faithful reproduction of the comic. And of course, the challenge is that Watchmen was intended to be unfilmable, because of course, like, Alan Moore is pretty clear that he thinks that if the most that comics can aspire to is cinema, then they will always be inherently inferior because they're static. But of course, comics can do things that movies can't. Which is one of the things that made Watchmen very interesting. So to a certain extent, like, this is where you potentially get into territory where it's like, when you look at the adaptation, you're saying, it's like, do I have confidence in this individual's ability to realize what made the source material special? And to me, sort of failing to recognize that part of Watchmen, gave me doubts. But I was kind of willing to try and meet it part way. What does annoy me about the Watchmen adaptation is that it doesn't even necessarily follow its own rules. So it does decide to change the ending, and it does omit large sections of the comic. Understandably so. Like, it would be longer than a TV miniseries if they filmed everything. But I would just simply say, I was not the one to impose, the purest approach to the source material. So to a certain extent, I sort of feel like they follow the comic up to the point where it allows them to do some cool cinematography for scenes that you saw realized in the comic book. And then, after that, you kind of just do whatever you want, apparently. And I'm like, well, I just kind of want to read Watchmen a lot more now than watch this movie. So to a certain extent, I sort of feel like the responsibility for the filmmaker was sort of abandoned in favor of something that sort of just structurally, that project is never going to capture what made Watchmen special. And, I feel bad about that because I actually would really like to see a good adaptation of Watchmen. But in that case, that is sort of my test case for why, I sometimes it's not helpful to come up with these terms, but that is my distinction between adaptation and transposition. I know Stephen King does not particularly like Stanley Kubrick's adaptation of The Shining, but clearly, like I think The Shining is a good movie. I think it's clear that Kubrick decided to make a film, and it takes from the source material what he wanted for the film, and but he definitely did not feel beholden to the source material. Maybe a better example of that would be a Clockwork Orange, which again I think is quite a good book. I quite like the film, but I think they are quite different. But I suppose I would say I don't necessarily feel like the Clockwork Orange film is communicating something that the book didn't. And I think Hitchcock actually said that, or maybe it was Kubrick, one of the greats, that actually bad books make really good movies, because of course the focus is all in the wrong places, right? Good books, take advantage of the booky things, the ability to portray sort of the inner lives of people quite easily, whereas lesser books maybe are focused a little bit too much on actions and descriptions of actions, which definitely lends itself more to to motion pictures. Although I am a little curious now that I'm monologuing on this stuff. This is like the late at night college dorm room with too many philosophy majors section of the broadcast. I'm just trying to think, and this is an open question. I'd be delighted to see if chat has an interesting answer to this. Is there an example of a book that would make a really good game? Because obviously, so the reason I ask this is that it's clear for a very long time that Hollywood has, one, a mixed track record, but definitely a continued interest in adapting video games into movies, right? Like this, I think this is as far back as Mario Brothers, maybe earlier, but I definitely feel like, oh god, I kind of want to try and get the minerals down there, but I've got a long journey ahead of me. I actually don't see how I can make it. We can hope, but I think I just lost another TV. How the hell did I get so far away? Damn it. But yeah, so Hollywood has an appetite for game adaptations, but it's easy to see why, right? If you're going to put a lot of money into a movie, you would like some degree of security as far as an audience. And so if people like a video game, we are on the third last planet. If people like a video game, chances are they're going to go and see an adaptation of that video game, a chance to see it, on the big screen. So there is there's a financial logic behind it, if not a creative logic behind it. Although I do honestly think that there are some games that actually would make good films. And obviously we've got examples of books that lend themselves towards books that lend themselves towards like film adaptations for the reasons that we discussed. And of course, we have um, due to your negligence, your ship is no longer equipped with a terrain vehicle. A new terrain vehicle is currently being installed. Consequently, you've been fined 10,000 monetary units. We've just lost another of our ships. This time it was at the coordinates 192, 152. Any ships in this area may wish to investigate, but we advise extreme caution. Let me just take a second and see if I've got that on the list. Yes. Due to increased demand resulting from stepped-up colonization efforts, the price of Endurium has been raised to 1,500 monetary units per cubic meter. So I've already got a few things there. End of notices. So we'll empty out our cargo and see. So we're at 223,000. Let's see. Let's see if this journey was worth it. I'll get back to the kind of the topic I brought up in a minute. I just need a second to make sense of the marketplace. Got 90 of Endurium. I mean, it's tempting to sell some of it, right? But I will... I'll resist the temptation. But yeah, anyway, so like basically what this question comes down to for me, I mean, part of this is just trying to find what is interesting about games and what's going to sort of drive these adaptations, what makes it worthwhile. So again, we've identified a few characteristics of books that would make them good movies. Obviously, for the same reason that games might be an attractive adaptation for Hollywood, like there is a financial factor to this as well. Analysis of this artifact has revealed very little of interest. It has slight value as an alien curio, but is otherwise totally useless to us. Well, pyramid device is worth something. Okay, I'll sell 2 of these. But yeah, so one of the reasons I'm bringing some of this stuff up is that, like, so we've identified some characteristics of books that, that lead them to becoming potentially very good films. And obviously, like you kind of, in this case, I'm sort of baking in some assumptions about the competence of the filmmakers, because like obviously, like Stanley Kubrick's don't come around every. Every week. Lovely. I just got a nice email from one of the people who did gave me one of the keys. So yeah, like we've identified some characteristics of a different form of media that would potentially make it appropriate to sort of realize in another format. And so potentially by answering that for games, we learn a little bit more about games, and we learn a little bit more about, I mean, I would say books. There have been like film adaptations of games. So in the case of books, like that'd be the interesting question. So in this case, Ed Baver says, I highly doubt that unless you make it a visual novel, for example. Games imply choices for the gamer to make, and books really have no way to provide something like that. Even video iteration gives more openings for choice by showing things that lie just beyond the main story. So as it happens, there have been two fairly high-profile video game adaptations. I do actually think they wound up being visual novels. But there's 80 Days, and there is an Animal Farm adaptation. But I'm curious if the best we can hope for would be a visual novel. Because to a certain extent, like I think visual novels, I don't mean to disrespect them, but it is a lot of reading. It is definitely more of the book kind of end of the spectrum, as opposed to the game. So I think being able to say, oh well, we're adapting this as a visual novel is sort of saying, it's like, well, you're kind of just keeping the essential like insofar as the purpose of this little experiment was to see if we could identify something about something about games or something about books that we didn't know before. I sort of feel like reducing it down to a visual novel is sort of avoiding the interesting part of the problem. I mean, actually, it did occur to me, there's a fairly famous example of it now that I think of it. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, I believe the book coincided with the release of the game. I don't know if it was a book he was already writing or if it's a book that he wrote specifically for Red Storm. But obviously the Tom Clancy franchise is as much a gaming franchise as it is a book franchise now. But I suppose those are also the qualities that maybe make them like the sort of thing you'd see adapted into a Amazon Prime show. I think Jack Ryan's an Amazon Prime show. So like the choices, like I guess the biggest thing that maybe I struggle with on sort of your argument against Ed Baver is that I see, I see plenty of choices in, like, so I guess the thing is that when people are thinking about choices, very often they're sort of thinking of these like really pivotal, does the main character live or die kind of dramatic ones. But to a certain extent, right? Like here's an example of an interesting choice in Starflight. So I'll maybe just get a read on the sensors again. All right, so this maybe isn't such a good one because there's no biology, but I know that in terms of the lithosphere, we've got chromium, zinc, and mercury. So there are resources of certain value available to me on this icy planet. It's not going to be one that we colonize. If we take a look at the analysis, subarctic temperatures, it's a non-starter. But in terms of a choice, the interactivity, the things that make the game interesting. Where am I landing? Well, that's interesting. So this is a terrible example here because I didn't pick a location. I'm going to disembark and see what happens. Hopefully it'll give me a latitude and longitude. 0, 0. um, but I want something of value on this world. And I have choices. So if I go to the high ground, I'm more likely to encounter minerals which are valuable, but I'm going to have lower efficiency for movement. And I've now lost 3 terrain vehicles on this stream alone. And so the lower efficiency carries with it a risk of pretty significant financial losses, ones that would not necessarily be compensated by the by the value of the minerals alone. And to me, I think that is as interesting a choice as some of the choices I made in Mass Effect, which are ones that would be Paragon or Renegade choices, probably the more famous ones. And so to a certain extent, I think what becomes important is there are different... Okay, actually, so maybe this is how I would try and attack this kind of a problem. If we're going to come down to questions of choices, well, but this is just it. Like, why does it have to be an influence on the story? So here'd be my parameters to this. One of the things I really liked about Industries of Titan, and I was reflecting on this on Wednesday, was the fact that's a game idea that really seems to lend itself to a lot of, oh, wouldn't it be cool if they did ... ideas. So it's like, we're talking about the workers and the fact that they're sort of stripped of emotions, and like the fact that Alexa is really uncomfortable with the fact that you can make people not fun. And I think there's something really interesting with that, and because there's sort of a real-time strategy element to the game, like that immediately makes me think, oh, what if there was infantry in this game? Like, you've got a navy, you've got ships, but what if there was like a surface combat component? Like, what if some of these employees you were making could actually be employed for military purposes? What would that be like? What would a ground game look like on Titan? Now, that's not interesting enough that I want the developers to go and look in a different area for things. But I noticed, like, if you go to the Discord, there's a lot of people sort of talking about Titan in a oh, wouldn't it be cool if way. And I think that might give us an idea about where you could find a game adaptation. So I think if you're trying to tell the story of the book, you're probably missing the opportunity. Because like I sometimes wonder if there is... So I think there are probably some examples of stories that could only be told in games. I don't know if we've got like the ideal game story. I don't know if we've run into that yet. Like the one where we sort of say it's like this is the example of where gaming narrative will go, and maybe it never needs to hit that point. I don't know. But I think there's something about like source material that generates a lot of sort of, and like what if X happened. So I don't know if that comes down to like fantastic settings. So like, would you go in the direction of saying, Would you go in the direction of saying, like, you want to do an adaptation of the Culture series because, it's an interesting setting and it gives you a lot of opportunities for different types of gameplay? In that sense, you can sort of say that Dune is just as appropriate because, Dune was obviously turned into a real-time strategy game, and I believe there is a real-time 4X game now. But yeah, Warhammer 40K obviously has got a lot of successful adaptations, and I know a lot of its story is told through its novels. But I kind of feel like in that case, it's you're renting revenues through getting a franchise. So I don't know if you can really like sort of say that falls in the book adaptation. But I do sort of feel like there are some settings at the very least. Like maybe that's what you would have to get from a book. It's maybe less about plot and more about setting. And some settings lend themselves towards either mechanics or situations under which different things can happen. Again, if we want to come back down to this idea of choice, being faced with a number of different ways that things could turn out. And like obviously Hearts of Iron 4 has its alternative history side, but I don't know if The Man in the High Castle, the strategy game, would be the most interesting way of dealing with that source material. But on the other hand, I'm going to go for the further... Oh, God. I probably made a mistake doing this, but I'm going to try and work my way out. But I can see other science fiction settings potentially being really appropriate for great game adaptation. So, I mean, I guess the thing is, Ed Baver, like you always talk about the assumptions other people are making, but I don't think at any point did this thought experiment say it had to be about the story. I think that's just kind of being imposed by you, and I think in the case of adaptation, I just don't know how much plot is necessarily something that you have to bring in for the game, right? I figure in the end, a game is going to have a story, and it's going to have, it's going to provide some motivation for people doing what they do. And some games are going to put more or less emphasis on that. But I'm maybe not sold that we would... Like, I'm not sure the biggest contribution for... Like, so if we had to do an adaptation from a book, and we say, what books are more appropriate for adapting into games? I'm not entirely sure we would optimize on plot. Because, like, I suppose... Is there something about... Because I haven't seen the new Dune game. Like, is there something about the plot of the Dune books that lend it to strategy games? Because I know, like, the very first Dune game, I think, was more of an adventure game from what I've seen. But everything else kind of seems to have been strategy. And I think it makes sense because obviously, Dune is so much about, fighting over resources and, the machinations of sort of these great houses in an empire. So, like 4X seems to be a remarkably appropriate genre for it, right? Because you're expanding your holdings, you're exploiting the planet's resources. That's a major theme of the book. Exterminating the rival houses. exploring space. Certainly science fiction is really ripe for all of that material. Um, but I mean, it's very hard to see how. It's very hard to see how you disentangle that from the fact that there's also a really big Dune movie that came out recently, and chances are people are going to want to capitalize on that. I'm assuming that we were up in this little corner here. Um, right. Okay. I got my bearings now. I do think there is one thing that kind of makes this kind of sort of thinking idle for me is just simply there is also a very practical consideration as far as the idea of adaptation is concerned. Um, if you are doing an adaptation, unless it is a work in public domain, uh, adaptation implies a budget to license something from someone, and there's, I suspect, two reasons you would do that. One, again, that idea of renting revenues. So presumably, you've got an idea for a game. Maybe you're less confident in your ability to communicate. Sorry, just one second. Maybe you're less confident in your ability to. This is clearly not suitable for colonization. I am going to take a quick second here to see if we can land on the island and get some goodies, though. Um, maybe you're confident in your ability to deliver on the game, but maybe you're not confident in your ability to convince people that this is a world worth caring about. And so I can sort of see where making a game in something like the Warhammer 40K universe or Dune or anything that people might be familiar with in that sense. Why am I landing on water? I mean, I'll disembark, but I don't think there's going to be anything for me here, and I don't think it's going to be worth. Yeah, I remember this one. There was like nothing here for me. Um, so like obviously like basically you're like, okay, well, there's going to be a bunch of people who like this setting, are familiar with the setting, they kind of know what they're getting into, and so we will pay a licensing fee. Games Workshop has put a lot of time and effort and money into kind of letting people know what this world is, and we're gonna get the rights to use this property from them, and yeah, it's going to cost us some money, but it's going to save us the effort of like trying to explain to people what our special science fiction world is. Um, so I suppose there's either the one side where it's like, okay, so we're going to take advantage of a world that already exists, and so that's going to be how people kind of get how they get familiar with this world. And then I think there's the other side of the equation where you have the budget to take a popular world. I guess like some whatever Dan Brown's latest is, let's say, or take your pick of a favorite popular author, and to be able to say, I was curious if this was a suitable location, but it is very cold here. Say it's like, okay, we've got Far Cry money for this thing, right? Just get us something popular. We know we're going to, we just know we're going to, we need to make millions on this thing. We're willing to spend money on it. And we need to find a way of making sure that there's like a built-in audience for this thing. And, I mean, again, that just implies sort of a level of financial resources that, there's not going to be as many examples of, I guess. And to a certain extent, like if you're throwing that much money at a project, like why would you share that with someone else? Like, why wouldn't you just try to make your own thing? Like, obviously Far Cry didn't exist at one point, and now it did. Now it does. And, they're on their 6th entry and everybody knows what that means. So. I also have a small assumption that the people working on this sort of stuff would probably want to be working on their own worlds. Like, I'm assuming you don't get into game development so that you can realize somebody else's. It's the next game you're gonna stream. Far Cry. I did do Far Cry 3 on stream. I rather liked Far Cry 3. There's a couple things that I was like, eh. One thing that I was really bugged about was they because they used a lot of copyrighted music, I actually wound up with a pretty heavy. So Twitch wasn't a problem, but I actually wound up with a pretty heavy copyright problem on YouTube. It took me forever to get that resolved. So I'm annoyed at D. Antwood. I think You Freaky is a catchy song, but it's not like you are entitled to block my video in like half of the continents because Ubisoft decided they needed to spend the rest of the budget. I happen to know actually at least the Skrillex music is specifically because they were expected to spend the whole budget, and they would get told off if they didn't spend the whole budget. So I think they just tried to find as much expensive music as they could to put it in the game. I got that from the Designer Notes podcast. But yeah, I actually wouldn't be opposed to doing another. So out of care, I realize you're probably just having a little fun, Olaf. But is Far Cry something you would like to see? Because I have actually got a couple Far Cry games I would like to play. I mean, YouTube, I don't think is any worse than Twitch in that regard. I don't think they're any more savage than Twitch, but like the fact of the matter is like I obviously talk a lot, right? And my added value is my commentary, for better or worse. And having to get a 3+ hour video and like snip out the offending audio and then compress that back, because like most video editing software is just garbage. I really want to get that new computer and like just get a copy of Final Cut Pro and just be back to what I'm familiar with, because like I am really not happy with there are better Windows options. Like I'm just being stubborn at this point, but like the options I have right now do not handle long videos well at all. And yeah, I don't know. It's like just the time that I spend trying to snip out, audio like that is time that I don't spend recording another video or doing another Stellaris stream or playing more Starflight, right? It's time that I'm taking a fragment from a song, and like even to a certain extent, like if they wanted some kind of revenue share proportional to what was brought to the broadcast, I'd be fine with that. But like I can remember one where there was, I think, like 30 seconds of a song, and like this was incidentally like on a video I hadn't monetized, and basically the fact that there was like 30 seconds of this song in a video game, so like not me willingly saying like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play this as part of my intro, it's badass, but like because it was in a game for 30 seconds, that video went from not being monetized to being monetized, and every single penny went to the artist. And I'm like, I'd actually be really happy to share the revenue with the artist, but like 30 seconds of a song on a 3-hour broadcast entitles them to every last bit of advertising on a thing I wasn't going to monetize. This is beyond ridiculous. So, again, I took the segment and put a whole lot of time into extracting the music. And again, it just represents a whole lot of wasted time for very little reason. And obviously for me, like, it's not like I don't make crazy money off of advertising. So this is very much a principle of the matter sort of thing. But like, I think artists should be compensated for what they do. I think that there's a lot of really bad attitudes in terms of entitlement with broadcasters. Like, I think for the most part, broadcasters on Twitch and somewhat on YouTube feel like they're entitled to every video game without permission, and they feel that they're entitled to any music they want without permission, and they get very nasty to people who ask them for money for that. And I'll be honest, like, I would have loved to show that Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy clip, but if I did so, I am sort of, I, to a certain extent, I think in the context of like film criticism, I kind of feel like that might fall under fair use, but I'm really not interested in like getting into that kind of debate. Like, but like obviously in that case, I'm not gonna take like a thing that's like a Paramount movie, and use it, for my thing. Like, I'm capable of doing my thing without using somebody else's work. Just given the fact that I feel like I'm doing my due diligence in terms of how I run things, even kind of acknowledging that there's a less than helpful attitude towards intellectual property rights on streaming, and that generally, like, platforms like Twitch and YouTube definitely benefit from a very loose attitude towards it. Like, they'll respond when people complain, but like they're kind of benefiting from the fact that most of their creators don't really respect it, and they can kind of keep cashing in for as long as people don't chase them about it. It's a little bit like NFTs in that regard, I guess. I don't know. I just kind of feel like the pendulum swings a little too far the other way, where I effectively have no claim to something that is my creation when when a fragment of another work sort of appears into it. That's not exclusive to streaming, by the way. Like, obviously there are examples of songs that just because of a small sample, like, they effectively lose any claim to the money earned by it. But those are the examples where I'm sort of like, this is kind of a copyright system that needs a little more work. I think I'm going to try going hard west one more time. I am running a little bit of a risk doing this, but... Oh god, I really went that far for lead. Okay, I'll swoop down to that last one in the corner. Okay, well, at least it was gold here. It's the alchemy pair. I better hope that I find some easy to traverse terrain, though, because this is these are some scary numbers. Okay, we're on reserves with 10. We're probably not gonna make it. Who? Oh, you're kidding me! We're on the ship! I'm gonna lose 10k off of that too. So this is what I obviously I've got no business telling binary systems how to make this game. You know, especially like decades after. Thank you, Olaf. Your bit will go towards the purchase of another terrain vehicle. Like, to me, I sort of feel like this could be solved just by changing... I feel like just changing the order in which the conditions are tested. So like maybe just don't make the "are you out of fuel" condition the very first thing you check. I kind of feel like if the terrain vehicle is in the same spot as the ship, you made it. I don't think that's too much to expect. From the game. Anyways, we're doing okay for our finances. So even though I'm gonna have to pay for another terrain vehicle, I don't know if the cargo we're bringing with us covers our expenses, but due to your negligence, your ship is no longer equipped with a terrain vehicle. A new terrain vehicle is currently being installed. Consequently, you have been fined 10,000 monetary units. We received to date many reports which indicate that minimal or no life exists coreward of here. Any ships acquiring more information are instructed to report on this immediately. So coreward is basically east on the map. I can probably just bring it up. So, and I think the hypothesis I had was that these circle areas represented like inhabited areas by other species. So I think the idea here is that if we find life in these areas, it sort of implies the existence of one of these. Now, we're not going to be going there right away. The first thing we're going to be doing is improving our ship. Well, no, sorry. The first thing we're going to be doing is selling off some items. Then we're going to be training the crew. And then we'll be upgrading the ship. Again, it's really tempting to sell some of this Endurium, but it does make my ship go zoom. And even with my reckless financial management, so the interest we got for kind of our minimalist approach to ship upgrades, 3,067. So, I mean, like, that's not. I'm not retiring on that, but still not bad. Okay. We definitely need to have a better communications officer, so that's good. And we definitely have some things we need to buy. So, number one, better shields. I'm actually just going to take a quick second here and put some checks down. So I can't quite afford the combination missile launcher laser cannon. I can afford one though. So like the big question is, do I want to save some of this money and go pure pacifist? Or do I want the option of being able to fight if I need? I think I am going to go for the bigger laser cannon. So I am going to be foregoing some interest, but I think the ability to properly defend myself is worth it. But I will keep the remaining balance in the bank account. Now, I'm kind of already an hour past where I would normally want to be. Would you like... Okay, so the first thing I got to do, I need to take a small break just so I can get a little bit of a stretch in and maybe like get a bite to eat or something like that. Um, is there enough interest for me to try and go into another more remote system? Or is now a good time for me to kind of call it for the evening? Because I'm of two minds. Like, chances are I'm going to be able to go out to a new system, but I'm probably not going to be able to come back from it. So, in one sense, just ending in the spaceport allows us to start at port and go out in the next broadcast. Um, and in another sense, there's one which says, well, you know what? This is our chance to sort of take the new ship out for a spin and see what we encounter. And I'm happy to do it one way or the other. But I think what I'll do, I'm not going to take like a long break, but I am just going to step away for a second here just so I can sort of stretch and like refill my water and stuff like that. And if you have a feeling one way or the other, let me know. But I will be back as soon as I can. Okay, sorry about the wait for that. So I do apologize for doing a break and then saying that I'm going to wrap things up, but I'm actually still feeling a bit fatigued from today. And more importantly, I noticed that Valiant Cheese is streaming, so I can try and extend a stream kind of past its point. I do apologize for those of you who maybe dislike the more talky bits. But I think what I'm going to do is I'll wrap up Starflight tonight. Um, I'll host Valiant Cheese because it's obviously really tied to a lot of what we talked about. And I'll give you just some quick ideas about where we're going to be sort of long term for the broadcast. So I did actually get an email from a developer who has offered me a key to sort of stream their game. So I'll put it to you this way. Mondays are sort of up in the air right now. I would ideally like to do some Stellaris, but it's not necessarily guaranteed to be that. Wednesday, I'm still going to be going with. Oh my goodness, there's a few more of you in here than I thought there was. Sorry, I thought there might have been sort of a drop in terms of people sort of watching. So my apologies if you were sticking around. I kind of took the quiet as kind of indifference as to whether or not we'd be going through. So my preference for Mondays would be Stellaris, but until I have a key, there's no guarantee on that, right? Like I don't want to assume that I'm just getting that. I got an indication that I would, but until I have it in my library, I'm not touching it. Obviously, there's still more of the story to be told anyway, but we'll see where that is. Wednesday is still dedicated to the Brace Yourself games. But it is a strategy game. It's actually one that I've done before, but I suspect people probably won't remember me doing. And that is technically under embargo, but it will be lifting relatively soon. So plenty of things for me to talk about, needless to say. And I'm actually really looking forward to doing some of this. But this is going to mean that Starflight is going to be kind of going into the back seat for a little while. I'm not going to mess around with this save game, so I'm not going to get any better at the game, unfortunately. But at the very least, it will be waiting for us to go to the place where we lost last time. And more importantly, Valiant Cheese is currently working on Hive Time, which is his bee-themed city builder, definitely very strongly inspired by the original SimCity. And we spent a lot of time tonight talking about sort of creativity, doing work that you value, how you spend your time, ideally spending your time on things that, give you value and fulfillment, and hopefully that you can maybe share with others to sort of let them know some of these things that matter quite a bit to you. I realize this is all very I don't normally like kind of talking about this sort of stuff, because like I was kind of ripping into the James Clear book and what some of the things I don't like about the self-help genre. So I don't like kind of BSing people in terms of that. But I really do care about this stuff, like in terms of just being able to get it done, because I know very much what it feels like to want to do something, and then sort of having that discouragement of like, oh no, I couldn't be a writer, I couldn't be a game developer. So on that note, we spent a lot of time talking about that, and I think Valiant Cheese is going to be a really good broadcaster to sort of send over a few of you to that. So I hope those of you who do have aspirations for game development are sufficiently inspired. Otherwise, I will see some of you Monday, and the rest of you, I guess, Wednesday or Friday. Take care. Have a good weekend.